Evening, everyone. You able to hear my audio? Okay, I guess we could get started here. Begin with item 1, call to order. I call the September 14th, 2021 regular Planning and Zoning Commission meeting to order at 7 p.m. We'll begin with item 1A, oath of office for new commissioners with Shalene Smith. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in our new commissioner, Shalene Smith?
Good evening, Mr. Chair. I noticed that Ms. Smith is an attendee and not a panelist.
That is being resolved right now.
Okay, thank you. There she is.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Ms. Smith, could I ask you to please raise your right hand and repeat after me, please? I, Shalene Smith,
I, Shalene Smith,
do solemnly swear that I will support
do solemnly swear that I will support
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution and laws
and the Constitution and laws
of the state of New Mexico,
of the state of New Mexico,
and that I will fairly
and that I will fairly
and faithfully
and faithfully
and impartially
and impartially
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
of the office of
of
Planning and Zoning Commissioner
Planning and Zoning Commissioner
of the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque
of the Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque
under penalty of New Mexico law.
under penalty of New Mexico law.
Congratulations, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Welcome, Commissioner Smith. We'll
Thank
move on
you.
to move on to item 1B, roll call. Commissioner Christensen,
Present.
Commissioner Benavides,
Present.
Commissioner Gay? You appear muted, Commissioner Gay.
Sorry, present.
Commissioner Seavey, present. Commissioner Michelson
Present.
and Commissioner Smith.
Present.
Let the record reflect that a quorum is present for the meeting. Item C, approval of the agenda. Director Justice, are there any changes to the agenda?
There are no changes to the agenda.
Okay, thank you. Is there a motion to approve the agenda?
I move to approve the agenda.
I need a second.
I'll
Second.
Okay, I heard Commissioner Benavides. Commissioner Michelson has moved to approve the agenda. Commissioner Benavides has seconded the motion. We'll begin with a roll call vote. Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Benavides,
Yes.
Commissioner Gay,
Yes.
Commissioner Seavey, yes. Commissioner Michelson
Yes.
and Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to item 2, public comment period. Residents may address the Planning and Zoning Commission to comment on issues, problems, or successes on topics that do not appear elsewhere on the agenda. Audience members will be given an opportunity to comment on agenda items as they come up. Speakers must register with the village staff prior to the beginning of the meeting. If you have a comment on the zone map amendment on tonight's agenda, please hold your comments until the appropriate time. Kiko, do we have any members of the public signed up to speak?
We had one person signed up, but they are not in the meeting, and I do have one hand raised right now.
Okay,
I have 2 hands raised, just to remind everybody, if you're wanting to speak right now, this is for things that are not currently on the agenda. So I'm going to actually lower everybody's hands for a minute, just to make sure that's understood, that this is for things that are not on the agenda. And if you want to raise your hand again, if that matches you, then that will be great. Again, you can raise your hand again if you still wish to speak on something that's not on the agenda. I have 2 people with hands raised. I will let in, actually I have 3 people now. I will let them in one at a time.
thanks, Kiko.
I need you to accept the invitation to be let in if you wish to speak. If you decline the invitation, then I will move on to the next person.
Good evening. Are you able to hear us? You may need to unmute.
Mr. Eves, you've been let into the meeting. Please unmute and show your video if possible.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yes, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Mel Eves, 721 Chavis Road Northwest. And this may not be the time to ask this question, but if it's not, just cut me off and I'll save it till later. There were a lot of accusations by Mr. Calvin.
Mr. Eves, I'm going to stop you there. This sounds like it pertains to the item on our agenda this evening. Is that correct?
The item that the question I'm going to ask is not on the agenda. And I don't need to give you an introductory statement. I'll just tell you what it is.
Go ahead, sir.
I would like to inquire, have any of the members of the commission had ex parte communications with Mr. Calvin? That's my question.
that would need to be disclosed if it did occur. And Tiffany, if you have anything to add to that.
Yes, Commissioners, Mr. Eves, at the beginning of the public hearing item, we will ask for any disclosures from the commissioners should there have been ex parte communication.
Excellent. That's great. Thank you very much.
Any
Stand
other
by as I let the next speaker in.
Thanks, Kiko. Good evening. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Camille Varos, 427 El Paraíso, Los Ranchos.
Please go ahead, Ms. Barros.
Thank you. Thank you for being here. One question, is this a meeting that outlines the meeting that was canceled because of the Casa Daniel or Calvin's application? Is that? Because I had sent in some comments, and I just hope that they'll be read when the item comes up. But nonetheless, I'm going to make a comment that there's so many important P&Z decisions to be made, as well as the Board of Trustees. And I don't feel that because these items of importance that change the venue or address the venue of Los Ranchos, our village, that there should be an opportunity for a face-to-face, maybe limited face-to-face meetings, because I don't feel, or I don't even know who's represented as citizens of Los Ranchos to address either for or against items or applications. The other point is that is it through the P&Z where the trailer park are being asked to be relocated?
I don't think this is the venue to discuss that right now, but if Tiffany would have anything to add, you may.
Yes, Commissioners, Ms. Vados, so for the trailer park relocating that you're speaking about, that is something that is discussed at the Board of Trustees level. That is not something for the Planning and Zoning Commission.
Okay, I will bring that up at the Board of Trustees, because I wasn't, what do I know? Sometimes I don't know. But anyway, thank you. That's all that I have to say and comment on.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Barros. Kiko, do we have anyone else lined up to speak?
Yes, I have one more standby.
Good evening. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Mary Ann Woodard, 909 El Alhambra Circle Northwest. My question is just with regard to the conduct of Zoom meetings generally. It seems like most public entity Zoom meetings I've seen display how many attendees there are, meaning in the audience watching by Zoom. And it does seem like that would, and maybe that is done and I'm just not hitting the right buttons or something, but anyway, for public entity meetings, that seems like a useful feature. And if it's not available now, I'm wondering if that's something that might get added in the future as public information that displays during the meeting.
Thanks for your comment, Ms. Woodard. If you look at the bottom of your screen, on the Zoom screen, there's a little button that says participants. And if you click that, you can see both the panelists, which comprises, the Planning and Zoning Commission, as well as attendees, those who are attending from the public.
I see something that says more, but I don't see anything like that. Oh, participants?
Yes, that's the button to hit, and you'd be able to see who is attending.
Okay. A list of names. It doesn't like panelists and attendee. All right, thank you. I apologize for taking up time.
No, thanks for your question. Thank you. Kiko, do we have anyone else lined up to speak?
Stand by. I am verifying something real quick. Stand by. There are no other people with their hands raised at this time.
Okay, thank you, Kiko. We'll move on to item 3, the consent agenda. All matters listed under the consent agenda are considered to be routine and will be enacted by one motion. There will be no separate discussion of these items. If discussion is desired, that item will be removed from the consent agenda and will be considered separately. Item 3A is the approval of the minutes from the August 10th, 2021 regular meeting. Are there any corrections or comments from the commissioners? Okay, seeing none. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Motion to approve.
Need a second?
Second.
Commissioner Benavides has moved to approve the minutes, and Commissioner Michelson has seconded the motion. We'll now move on to a roll call vote. Commissioner Christensen,
Yes.
Commissioner Benavides,
Yes.
Commissioner Gay. You're on mute, but I saw you.
Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Seavey, yes. Commissioner Michelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
The motion carries unanimously. We'll now move on to item 4, public hearings and applications. Item A,
Commissioners Chair, CV, may I
Yes.
interrupt real quick?
please.
Before we move on, I just want to give a note to all of the attendees and panelists that we are not actively monitoring the chat room on this. And so any communications that are there likely can and will be missed. So there will be opportunities like the public comment time or different times to comment on things, but we are not actively monitoring the chat rooms, and we may not, most likely will not respond to questions within there. Just wanted to let everybody know.
Thank you, Kiko. Okay, item 4A, zone map amendment 21-03. A request by Casa Rondeña Winery Real Estate Trust, LLC, for a zone map amendment to change A1 zoning to AC zoning as allowed by 9.2.15E for a property in the A1 zone in the Guadalupe Trail character area. The property is located at 765 Chavez Road Northwest and is legally known as Lot A, lands of Clifford B. Wood, within projected section 29, Township 11 North, Range 3 East, and NMPM, Village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque, Bernalillo County, New Mexico, as filed in the office of the Bernalillo County Clerk on August 29th, 1984. The property contains 4.2475 acres, more or less. Are there any commissioners who will recuse themselves from this item?
I will be recused.
Thank you, Commissioner Christensen. Before we continue, I'd like to provide some guidance on the law and rules that apply. Section 9.2.2E of the Village Code provides, number 9, applicants will not be allowed to provide materials directly to commissioners, nor to supplement or add new documents after the commission's action. Number 10, following receipt of testimony, the commission has the right to keep the record open for a period not to exceed the time until the next scheduled meeting, and reserves the right to postpone vote and decision-making to a subsequent meeting. 12, when an item has been placed on the agenda, it becomes a matter under jurisdiction of the commission and subject to legal restraints on ex parte communications. If a commissioner believes they have been contacted ex parte on a pending matter, it is their obligation to inform the other members of the commission prior to the matter's consideration. If the contact was made in writing, the commissioner shall submit it and it will be part of the record. It will become part of the record. There is also a law that recognizes due process and quasi-judicial proceedings. A quasi-judicial proceeding carries with it important procedural consequences. Due process protections requiring a fair and impartial hearing before a trier of fact who is disinterested and free from any form of bias or predisposition regarding the outcome of the case. Interested parties in a quasi-judicial zoning matter are entitled to an opportunity to be heard, to an opportunity to present and rebut evidence to a tribunal which is impartial in the matter. Given this law, if any commissioner has been contacted in writing or verbally, they must disclose that. Please do so now and state their name when they contacted you. And I'll just move through the commissioners. Commissioner Benavides.
So no.
Commissioner Michelson.
No contact.
Commissioner Smith.
No contact.
Commissioner Gay.
No.
Okay. I have not either. Attorney Winter, could we have additional clarification on the record for this application?
Sure, I just want to make it crystal clear. I want to read something from the village code, in particular 9.2.2. Just a little more clarity on what will constitute the record in this case. And what I'm reading from is 9.2.2E, subparagraph 9. I just want to let you know that it'll be the responsibility of the applicants to present all relevant written information in accordance with ordinances and present all relevant testimony prior to decisions by the commission. Applicants must make timely presentation of the written materials to the planning and zoning staff, which I understand has happened. Applicants will not be allowed to provide materials directly to the commissioners, nor to supplement or add new documents after the commission's action. All testimony, information, documents submitted to the commission prior to the decision, including documents submitted up until today. Tiffany has been forwarding you regular communications and comments that have been coming in, and any minutes of this meeting and the transcript of the meeting will constitute the record in the event of an appeal. Any further, you want to add anything to that, Tiffany?
No, I believe that covers it.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Winter, Director Justice. And now to briefly summarize this process, the Planning and Zoning Department will present their report. The applicant and/or their agent will speak on the application. Then the floor will be open for public comment for 2 minutes each. The commission may ask questions of the applicant after they present and may ask questions of the public commenters. After, the applicant and/or agent may respond to the comments and the commission may ask questions. The floor will be closed and the commission will deliberate before deciding. Everyone who speaks at tonight's meeting on this item will receive a notice of decision letter to the address they state. The applicant, including their agent, has a total of 20 minutes to present their application before we open the floor for additional public comment. Those with direct rebuttal to the applicant or who will cross-examine the applicant also have a total of 20 minutes. Since the applicant and their agent are sharing 20 minutes, anyone with a rebuttal or who wishes to cross-examine will share their time with anyone else who wants to. This does not include time answering questions from the commission or responding to comments at the end. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Director Tiffany Justice?
Tiffany, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Director Justice, may we have the planning report?
Yes, so commissioners, I'm going to go over this application in quite a bit of detail. The first thing that I do want to cover, though, is ZMA 21-01 for 765 Chavez Road and ZMA 21-03 also for 765 Chavez Road. So both of those applications were and are for 765 Chavez Road. ZMA 21-01 was withdrawn on July 11th, 2021. And the current application for a zone map amendment for 765 Chavez Road, which is ZMA 21-03, was filed because there's no language in the AC section of the code that restricts application timeframes, AC standing for agricultural commercial. Because ZMA 21-01 was withdrawn, this application is a new application and does not use any application supplemental documents or comments submitted for ZMA 21-01 up until the point it was withdrawn by the applicant on July 11th, 2021. So during the interim period of ZMA 21-01 being withdrawn and ZMA 21-03 being submitted, which is from July 11th through August 6th, staff received comments pertaining to 765 Chavez and 733 Chavez. And so in the interest of providing a complete record for ZMA 21-03, those comments are included. The comments that were received before the public notice period began on August 17th, 2021, also provide the basis for forwarding this application to the commission for its decision instead of the director. Because the AC zone approval process requires an administrative public notice for director approval, both that notice and a notice that the item would be on the commission agenda were sent on August 17th, following the notice guidelines of 9.2.15 E1A and 9.2.15 E2A. So with that, I guess, so I will get into this application. Properties that are zoned A1, as this property is, can change zoning to AC, agricultural commercial, so long as the conditions of the AC zone are met. One of those conditions being that 66% of the lot area is open space that's dedicated to agricultural use, exclusive of parking or access areas. Per section 9.2.15E, property may obtain AC zoning administratively following a public notice mailing to all properties within 300 feet of the subject property and posting of a sign visible from the road, provided that there's not substantive comment requiring a public hearing. So this public notice was mailed on August 17th, and because sensitive public comment had already been received and because additional comment was expected, we noticed this application in accordance with section 9.2.25 F for a public hearing before the commission. And so due to substantive comment, this application is before the Planning and Zoning Commission. So this property is currently vacant that has a small building on the north side and also formerly had horses. The proposed use for this zone change is for a winery, and the surrounding land uses, the surrounding properties on the north, south, and west sides are zoned A1, and the property to the east is zoned AC. All of these properties are in the Guadalupe Trail character area, and the sections of the code that I'm referencing in this report are a couple specific definitions, as well as the AC section of our code, section 9.2.15, and our application approval process for site development plans, section 9.2.25 E4. And I'm going to be quoting excerpts from these two sections, paraphrasing them and referencing them in my analysis. My analysis is going to cover three main sections. The first one is going to be the AC zone requirements themselves. The next is going to be the site development plan requirements. And then the third is the general requirements for zone changes. So for the AC zone, the approval process that's noted in the AC section of the code, section 9.2.15E, supersedes the zone map amendment approval process that's noted in section 9.2.25 E8 for applications that change zoning to AC. So I'm just going to kind of go through the laundry list of the code for the AC section and what is applicable for this application. So section 9.2.15, just kind of the general purpose section, that the AC zone can be applied to A1 zone properties so long as 66% of lot area is open space dedicated to agricultural use, exclusive of parking or access areas. This application does meet this requirement. The property is 4.2475 acres. 66% of that is 2.80335 acres, or 122,114 square feet. And this is met with 105,405.75 square feet of grapevines, 18,947 square feet of lavender, herbs, and other produce noted on the site plan. And in addition, storage space for agriculture, harvesting equipment, tractors, and supplies at 6,132 square feet. So outdoor agricultural storage areas can be used for the requirement of the 66% lot area per the definition of agriculture that we have in our code, as it includes the necessary accessory uses for agriculture. However, this property already meets the requirement of 66% without including that storage area, and including that storage area just notes an extra exceedance. So without that storage area, the amount of agricultural open space that's noted on the site plan is 2,238.75 square feet in excess of the requirement. And with that storage area, it's 8,370.75 square feet in excess of that requirement. So the idea there being that the 66% is met regardless of the agricultural equipment storage or just agricultural production. 9.2.15A permissive uses. All of the proposed uses are permissive in the AC zone, and prior to operation, a winery would need to obtain a license from the New Mexico Regulation and Licensing Department. And so these permissive uses include display and sale of agricultural products, agricultural activities, parking incidental to uses permitted in this zone, and outdoor storage of materials incidental to agricultural uses. And this also includes commercial activities that are associated directly and exclusively with horticulture, equestrian activities, and general agricultural activities, and wineries with proper state licensing. For the additional regulations in section 9.2.15B, the first is a maximum of 2,000 square feet of retail uses allowed on lots exceeding 4 acres. And this floor plan included in your package notes a retail space of 918 square feet. The applicant letter indicates that there may be flexible use of that retail space and tasting room reconfigured as needed for events. Even if both areas are used for retail at the same time, square footage is 1,836, which is less than 2,000 and compliant. For parking, per section 9.2.18B12, the parking minimum is 1 space for every 300 square feet of the first floor and 1 space for every 400 square feet of the second floor. The parking lot is a compliant material, and I'll go into further depth in the parking requirement later in this presentation. Landscaping of the parking area is minimal as it's surrounded by grapevines. This is allowed through section 9.2.19E3 and an alternate landscaping plan that I'll go over when I go over more depth the landscaping plan. The retail use must be directly associated with the agricultural use of the property, and the goods proposed to be sold in the retail section of the winery are related to the plants grown on the property per the applicant's letter. The lighting shall conform to the residential section of the dark skies, section 9.2.20, and I go into a little bit into the lighting plan a little bit later. The hours of operation are limited to 7 days per week, 9 a.m. to 6 p.m. unless a special event is taking place, and the hours of operation are noted as compliant in the applicant's letter. Signage, 1 6 square foot signs allowed with a 1 sandwich type sign. No signage is proposed, but if the applicant does later have signs, they'll have to be permitted and comply with section 9.2.22 signs. Special events, section 9.2.15C. Special events that are compliant with the section are allowed, and events that aren't covered in this section need to obtain a special event permit. 9.2.15D, buffering of adjacent properties. Landscape buffering is required to separate retail uses from residentially zoned properties. And aside from the parking lot in areas that are not occupied by grapevines, a 15-foot minimum landscape buffer is provided, and the landscape buffer on the west side next to the building has been extended to 41 feet as shown on the site plan. Section 9.2.15F for conditional uses is not applicable, and the next subsection G for special uses is also not applicable. Section 9.2.15H, area regulations are met with the minimum lot area and lot width being met. Section 9.2.15I, setbacks, the minimum setbacks of 25 front and rear, 25 feet front and rear, and 15 foot for the sides for structures on the property is met. There's 2 existing structures on the north and west sides of the property that are within the setbacks and are legally non-conforming, subject to section 9.2.23 on our non-conforming uses and structures. Section 9.2.15J, height regulations. The maximum height limitation of buildings is 26 feet from existing grade per the A1 zone requirements. And the building elevations do know that the height is compliant with this. The maximum fence height is 4 feet for fences facing solid roads. The site plan notes a 4-foot solid masonry wall compliant with this requirement. Existing fences along the property built by adjacent property owners are noted in the applicant's letter and are 6 feet solid until the southern third of the property where a 4-foot solid wall continues, and all fencing is compliant with the height regulations. Subsection K on split zones is not applicable as the applicant is asking to change the entire property to AC zoning. And subsection L on acequia irrigation is not applicable as no existing acequia irrigation is on the property. So that is the first section of my report that covers the compliance with the AC zone. The second section is regarding the site development plan requirements and are taken from section 9.2.25 E4F. This application is a request for a zone change, not a site development plan. So the approval process for site development plans doesn't apply. However, in the interest of compliant and consistent development, required documents are applicable to this application. So just to kind of briefly go over this, the existing conditions and the site plan are noted in the application with ingress and egress shown. Ingress entrance from the road is going to be from the neighboring property to the east, 733 Chavez Road, and the 2 properties will have a shared parking agreement. The back or north portion of the property will be accessible for fire vehicle access, as well as potentially loading and unloading. Signs I've already covered, and exterior lighting isn't shown, but the design of the lights is included and will be pointing downward and shielded, which appears to comply with our dark skies ordinance. And the applicant notes the lights will be shown on the building plans and will be subject to review and approval by the village at that time. Mailbox location and bike rack location are shown on the site plan. The final location of the mailboxes is subject to the post office approval, and the building plans and elevations show the square footage and proposed uses of the spaces, height compliant with the village's height regulations. And though the proposed building colors are not shown or noted in the application, an additional correspondence that is included in your packet, the colors and materials are noted to be the same as Casa Mendena to the east, except that the columns will be limestone. For the grading and drainage plan, the grading and drainage plan has been reviewed by the village designated engineer and complies with our requirements on stormwater and stormwater management plans. The original plan drafts and review of those drafts were done back in February and March of 2021, and the submitted plan in this application is identical to the one that was approved by our engineer back in March of 2021. Therefore, it's approved. For the construction phase of this project, the property will require a notice of intent issued by the EPA and a stormwater pollution prevention plan as land disturbance will be more than 1 acre. Roadway standards, no curb or gutters proposed, and the roadway is known to be gravel, which is compliant. For parking requirements, the parking lot design shows a traffic flow originating from the property to the east with a 20-foot wide 2-way traffic aisle. Village's parking aisle requirements 24 feet wide. However, it assumes a 2-way traffic. The proposed parking lot is 1-way. So that 11-foot wide 1-way traffic aisle does suffice. Section 9.2.15B2 specifies the number of parking spaces is based on our off-street parking section for retail uses. Though there's other spaces that aren't for retail use, that calculation is applied for all built square footage. It's the required number of parking spaces is 45, which is met and exceeded with 67 parking spaces that meet our required dimensions. This is intended to supplement parking for 733 Chavez next door, and hence that shared parking agreement between the 2 properties. Though the entire building is not retail use, again, the AC zone parking is noted to follow the requirements of the retail uses. So the entire building is noted in those calculations. The required number of handicapped parking spaces is 1, which is met with 3. And loading and docking areas, north side of the building behind the proposed building will be used for storage of agricultural equipment and can provide space for loading or docking. Though the applicant intends for the fire truck access space as shown on the site plan to be the loading and docking area. And you can see that in additional correspondence in your packet. Paved parking lots does not apply as the parking lot is proposed to be unpaved and gravel, which is the next subsection. Trash receptacles are shown gated and enclosed per our required dimensions and must be accessible by waste management. For the landscaping plan, section 9.2.15B2 notes that the parking lot must be landscaped per section 9.2.19 and section 9.2.15D notes that buffering must comply with other sections of the code. The section of the code on landscaping buffers is section 9.2.19E. So the landscaping section applies to commercial mixed use zones, which are typically primarily developed and impervious. So the requirements of landscape reflect that. For an AC lot, which is already required to have 66% of the lot, it's agricultural open space, devoting additional land to landscaping for parking and landscape buffers is an additional burden on the applicant who is already limited to 33% of the lot. In addition, the requirements of landscaping for parking lots and landscape buffers don't mesh with the intent of the lot as a winery. And so the required number and dimensions of trees create shade that can interfere with grape production. And for these reasons, as allowed by section 9.2.19E3, an alternative landscaping plan is proposed, which meets the requirements of section 9.2.19E3A through F. First, just going through that subsection A, noise, light, and site buffering of the residential zone can be accomplished at least as well with the alternative plan. The properties to the west and north are residential. Noise, light, and site buffering is provided through a 6-foot solid existing fence along the north and west sides of the property until the southern third of the lot, which has a 4-foot solid wall. The grapevines will provide additional natural buffering. Lights will be required to be compliant with the dark skies ordinance, and landscape buffers provided on the north and northwest sides of the property closest to the building with lavender herbs and other produce and Italian cypress trees. For subsection B, the alternative landscaping plan doesn't result in less landscaped area as agricultural landscaping is proposed around the building and a vineyard covers most of the property. For subsection C, there's a solid wall or fence at least 6 feet in height along all residential, non-residential boundaries that don't have the standard buffer landscaping. This is referenced back in subsection A. The southern portion of the west side has a 4-foot solid wall, but also has grapevines to provide a natural buffer. Subsection D, the alternative plan meets or exceeds the existing regulations in conforming to the goals of the master plan. This landscape buffer that is provided is a combination of edible agricultural landscaping and trees that meet both the agriculture and environmental sections of the master plan. The grapevines meet the agricultural section and the environmental section, specifically regarding water conservation of the master plan. For subsection E, alternate landscaping plans will be viewed favorably if open spaces provided in existing cottonwood trees are preserved. Agricultural open space is provided for 66% of the lot as required by the AC zone, and existing cottonwood trees on the property will be preserved. For the utilities, sewer and water availability statement is provided. A letter from the fire department confirming the requirements for fire hydrants is included, and existing fire hydrant locations are noted in the existing conditions plan. Lighting and signage has already been addressed, and compliance with the fire department requirements are noted in a letter from the fire department. For the third section of my report, there is a zone change section, which include guidelines for zone changes and zone map amendments. Compliance with the AC zone requirements are way more heavily than these guidelines, but these are typical zone change requirements that we have. The first is that NMSA section 3-21-5A and B apply to the zone map amendment application and are met. Subsection A requires that the regulations are in accordance with a comprehensive plan, which I will note later on. And subsection B notes that reasonable consideration to the character of the district and peculiar suitability for particular uses and conserving the value of buildings and land and encouraging the most appropriate use of land through its jurisdiction is considered. So this property is in the Guadalupe Trail character area, which is almost entirely zoned agricultural residential or special use for residential zones. This zone change would retain the agricultural component of the A1 zone. There is and is not public interest in changing the zone. We received comments both in favor and in opposition to the application prior to publishing the meeting packet. We also received comments after the meeting packet was published. All of those comments have been included either in the packet or were forwarded to the commission. Majority of comments were in opposition. The village created the AC zone for the purpose of allowing sustainable and economically viable agricultural activities in keeping with the historic pattern of land use in the area, including both Los Ranchos and the North Valley. Proposed development of a winery is an allowed use in the AC zone, and as evidenced by the winery to the east is economically viable. The grapes and gardens would be watered using a drip system, which is a sustainable watering practice. And for the third requirement, the Board or Commission will not spot zone for the private interest of the owner or applicant. Property to the east is zoned AC. And in addition, the village places high value on agriculture. There's a historic basis for smaller scale commercial activities like retail based on agriculture grown on the property. And so the fourth criteria is that the application for a zone change is warranted. And it is as the application meets the requirements of the AC zone for zone change approval. And the fifth requirement is that support for the zone changes within the 2035 master plan or long range comprehensive plan tying back to NMSA section 3-21-5A, requiring that it's tied to the comprehensive plan. And this is within the overall village goals, village form, agriculture, and economic development sections of our master plan. And so with that, the department recommends the commission approve ZMA 21-03, a request for a zone map amendment to change A1 agricultural residential zoning to AC agricultural commercial zoning as allowed by section 9.2.15E for property in the A1 zone of the Guadalupe Trail character area with the following conditions and findings. Conditions 1 through 7. 1, notice of intent issued by the EPA and a stormwater pollution prevention plan as land disturbance of more than 1 acre is required. Proposed dumpster must be on a concrete pad. Shared parking agreement must comply with section 9.2.25D8 on shared parking agreements. Demolition of any existing structures planned for demolition must be completed within 1 year of zone change approval. Any future signage must comply with our sign ordinance, and sign permits must be obtained. Exterior lighting must comply with the dark skies ordinance, and construction shall meet all current village, county, and state codes. With the findings that the application meets section 9.2.15 AC agricultural commercial zone, the application meets section 9.2.25 E4F for site development plans. The application meets the following guidelines for zone map amendment with NMSA section 3-21-5A and B. They apply and they're met. There is and is not public interest in changing the zone. The application would not be considered spot zoning for the private interest of the owner or applicant, and the zone map amendment is supported in the 2035 master plan and the overall village goals, village form, agriculture, and economic development sections. So our public notice requirements have been met. Per section 9.2.15 E1A, public notice for potential administrative decision was sent by mail to all neighbors within 300 feet of the property on August 17th. The sign was posted by August 17th. Per section 9.2.15 E2A specifies the notice per section 9.2.25F. Public notice requirements have been met by publication in the Albuquerque Journal on August 17th. Public notice was sent by mail to all neighbors within 400 feet of the property on August 17th. A sign was posted by August 17th on the property. And before I stand for any questions, I would like to note that there are a couple conditions that the commission can add if they're inclined, in addition to the ones that I have stated in my report. And these are allowed within the AC section of the code, 9.2.15. And so I'll name the two kind of topics that you can add conditions for if you're so inclined. The first is under subsection B2, that additional buffering of the parking from residential properties is allowed. If that is something that the commission would like to do, the question would be how much buffering there is. So the additional buffering would be to the west side of the property where the current parking lot is. And then, or sorry, where the proposed parking lot is. And then subsection I does note that the commission can require more of a setback than is the minimum. So the minimum for this property is a 25-foot front and rear setback for any structures and 15 feet from the side for any structures. This subsection I allows that the commission can require a further setback, not more than double of what is required. So if the commission is inclined, you all can require a 50-foot front and rear setback for any structures and a 30-foot side setback for structures. And as noted, in that subsection, you cannot require more than double. And so with that, I stand for any questions.
Thank you, Director Justice. Are there any questions from the commission for the planning director? Commissioner Benavides, please.
Yes. So I have questions. So in permissive uses, they can have events up to 150 people, and that requires parking spaces of a minimum of 45, and I think they've offered 66 is what you say. Given that parking has become an issue in the past, is there some relationship some guidance that we use to relate people with parking spaces?
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, so in terms of events, we do not use any, I guess, formula or number for the number of spaces that you're required to have for events in general. The subsection of the AC zone for special events does specify that adequate off-street parking needs to be provided for events, but in general, for events, we do not have anything tying the number of people or vehicles to the event. In general, we also do have minimum parking space requirements for different types of uses and square footage. So that's what is used for the parking calculation for the minimum number that's required of 45. So we have different types of uses and certain amount of spaces required per a certain amount of square feet for those uses. So that's how we get the number of required parking spaces for this application in particular. It's the retail uses times the square footage, like the required amount of parking spaces for retail uses times the square footage gives us how much is required normally.
Next question. Special event permits, is there a maximum size that can be in regards to the number of people attending?
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, for special event permits that are specifically mentioned in section 9.2.15 C2, that's not specified. In general, we do allow for special event permits, and we don't have a specific number or limitation on how many someone can have, or the size limitations or anything for those.
Has Casa Rendena been granted a special event permit? How many, do you know?
So there was a conditional use special event permit application that was approved back in the early 2000s, potentially 2004 or 2006. Since then, I'm not aware of any other special event permits that have been granted. But in general, so in the prior administration, those were approved by the then administrator, Kelly Ward. So they might be under a different file that I don't have access to.
One final question. In regards to conditions that may be placed on a motion for approval, for the first time ever, I'm hearing that there are restrictions on these conditions. I've never heard that before. Where is it written that the conditions must be within these particular boundaries, or you cannot do this or that in regards to conditions? Where is that written?
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, I'm not aware of any specific language that says that you can or cannot have certain conditions. However, they do need to be compliant with the village code.
Agree. Yeah. Would not be contrary to the village code. Yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, so so can you tell me why you're cautious about conditions for this particular application when that has never happened before?
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, typically when I add conditions, when I recommend approval and I add conditions for that approval, we have some standard conditions that we apply for different types of applications. So development, we usually add conditions that are noted elsewhere in the code that the applicant may not be aware of. For example, we require in our code that you have to demolish a structure within 1 year of approval of an application. But that's not necessarily included in every other section of the code that someone could be looking at. So we include that as a condition. It's already in our code. It's just added as an extra requirement. Other
I'm-
types of development requirements are also included just in general. And then typically when we add extra conditions that go beyond the code, that is because we are already allowing a deviation or a variance from the code. And so we want to make sure that that condition, like that those conditions are applied in order to conform with the code and ensure that the application that was, I guess, originally applied for, they're getting a deviation, they're getting a variance, and we want to make sure that they're not inadvertently getting more than what was granted by the commission.
Okay, so I'm still a little confused about the warning about conditions that the commissioners may apply to a motion for approval. So what I'm hearing is that there are no hard restrictions on conditions. You're advising us about what those conditions should be. And am I hearing that right?
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, my recommendation for conditions and my recommendation is all based on what is allowed in the code and to ensure conformance really with the code. So you as the commission can deviate from that and add additional conditions, but what I recommend based on my role really is conformance with the code and adding conditions that ensure compliance with the code.
Okay, I agree with that. Thank you.
Okay, Commissioner Gay, do you have any questions for Director Justice? No? Commissioner Michelson?
No questions.
Commissioner Smith, any questions at this point?
No, sir. Thank you.
Sure. I do just have one question, Director Justice. I watched the Board of Trustees meeting from September 8th, and they just adopted an ordinance 280 that changes this process pertinent to the AC zone. And I know that because this application was submitted and then the ordinance was adopted, we don't adhere to that. But if you could just speak a little bit on that so it's clear to everyone how this application relates to ordinance 280, I think it was, that was adopted.
Yes, so Commissioner Seavey, commissioners, yes, so last Wednesday, the Board of Trustees did approve an ordinance that changes the AC zone approval process. What was changed was, so the subsection E for approvals in the AC zone was essentially taken out and replaced with the zone map amendment process that's in our applications and approvals section of our code that applies for any other zone change in the village. So this is commercial to another type of commercial zoning, residential to residential, commercial to residential, residential to commercial. The AC zone was the only zone that had a special and different approval process, different from any other zone change in the village. So what the board approved last Wednesday was essentially removing that exception for the AC zone and making sure that it has to follow the same process as any other zone change in the village. Because this application was submitted before that was approved and officially in place, we are following the same process as when they submitted their application. We had to do something similar for variances. A few months ago, we changed our variance language, and when somebody submitted their variance application under the old rules, we followed through with what their old rules were before, even after we had approved the new variance language, because at the time those rules had applied. So from this point forward, any AC zone change application will follow the same zone change application process for any other zone change.
Thanks for that clarification, Director Justice. One other question that comes to mind about this application is Casa Rondeño, when it changed to AC zoning from special use, I think it was in 2003. And you may not have access to this information, but Was there pushback on spot zoning at that point? Seeing that this is going right into the middle of a residential area? You may be muted, Director Justice.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you. So the AC zone change that occurred in the early 2000s was a zone change for A1 zoning plus already a special use zone for the winery. So at the time, I can't speak to the spot zoning aspect of it. I would have to consult with our records back then, but the winery had already been allowed through a special use zone. And so with the AC zone change, I guess it potentially could have been an easier transition.
Thank you, Director Justice. That satisfies my question. If I don't see any other questions from the commission, we'll move on. Is the applicant present?
Stand by. Angelo, you have been added into the meeting. I'm not, there you go.
Hi, good evening.
Howdy,
Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Angelo Artuso, 1301 Evelyn Court, Northeast, Albuquerque 87112.
Thank you. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Artuso?
Good evening, Mr. Artuso. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Artuso, would you like to speak about your application?
I would. Thank you, Commissioner Seavey and commissioners. You all may recall from May 11th, my name is Angelo Artuso. I'm one of the trustees of the trust that owns the property that is the subject of the application. One of my co-trustees, Clayton Calvin, will also be speaking in favor of the application. I respectfully submit that this application and the proposed use of this property present the village with a great opportunity. The village at this time has someone who is willing to invest significant time, effort, and money to preserve a piece of property for agricultural use, something that the village says it values very highly, and to build a first-class destination business. Such opportunities, I would imagine, do not come along all that often. And so I would ask the commissioners tonight to seriously consider whether the village can afford to turn away this opportunity if it's going to meet the goals of the master plan. And I would also ask you to consider the impact that denying this application could have on other people and businesses that may be considering investing in the village. Casa Rondeña has been successfully operating for over 25 years. It is frequently described as a gem. People from all over New Mexico, the United States, and even the world have visited and continue to visit it. Over 25 years of successful operation by John Calvin, who grew up in the village and has spent his business life here, designing and building many beautiful homes, designing and building a beautiful winery, and making award-winning wines. Casa Rondeña was named the best winery by the readers of Albuquerque, the magazine, for 7 years in a row. And respectfully, there is absolutely no reason to believe that the proposed Anamonte winery will be operated to any lesser standard or different standard than Casa Rondeña has been. Anamonte will also be a gem, a beautiful and peaceful retreat in the village. Anamonte will attract people from all over the state, the country, and the world, and it will make award-winning wines. The opposition to the application is based, as it was back in May, almost entirely on three concerns: noise, parking, and traffic on Chavez Road. I will address these objections in just a bit. First, I would like to highlight just a couple of things. You've heard a lot about the AC zone ordinance 9.2.15. And I just want to read the very beginning. The purpose of this zone is to encourage the development of sustainable and economically viable agricultural activities on large tracts within the village, in keeping with the historic pattern of land use in the area. The creation of this zone is compatible with the goals, ideals, and aspirations of the master plan. Subsection B of that ordinance contains additional regulations for the AC zone. It makes no mention of traffic or noise as items that are to be taken into consideration. Subsection C1 lists permissive events, meaning that if the property is zoned as in the AC zone, these things are essentially of right to the owner. These permissive events, not conditional, permissive events allow up to 50 people and 7 employees no more than 8 times a month, and 150 people and 11 employees 4 times per month. As we mentioned, and you probably recall from May, the best that Casa Rondeña has ever done was in 2017 when it had 27 events that year. There's absolutely no reason to believe that the approval of this AC zone will result in a sudden explosion of events at Anamonte Winery. Director Justice's very thorough analysis of the application also has some items that I would ask you to take into consideration. First off, as she noted, the application and the proposed use are all permissive within the AC zone. At page 22, she notes the village created the AC zone for the purpose of allowing sustainable and economically viable agricultural activities. The proposed development of a winery is an allowed use in the AC zone, and as evidenced by the winery to the east, as Director Justice just said, is economically viable. She also noted, both her analysis and in her oral presentation, that the village places high value on agriculture, and there is a historic basis for smaller scale commercial activities based on agriculture grown on the property. And perhaps most important from my perspective, Director Justice, who has thoroughly reviewed this application, says the application meets the requirements for the AC zone for zone change approval, and that she supports the zone change and states that it's within the master plan. With respect to the master plan, she notes section 3.1.1 objectives, policy D, and she quotes, "In recognition of the high cost and risk of practicing agriculture and the high land valuation in the village, the objective is, and the policy is to support those who practice agriculture and engage in agricultural related activities whenever possible." You will note that the this property, some of the objections have said it should just be used to grow grapes or maybe just as a winery. Our experience has shown that that is not economically viable. It is not financially sustainable. The price of the land is too great to simply use it to grow grapes. And the master plan, policy D, recognizes that the high cost and risk of practicing agriculture and the high land valuations in the village, that the policy should be to support those who practice agriculture and engage in agricultural related activities whenever possible. Director Justice in her analysis noted that under the master plan 9.1.1 objectives, the master plan calls for, quote, support the business community and create a business climate in which businesses can flourish. Policy B calls for strongly support village businesses, both current and potential. You'll note that this policy does not says strongly support village businesses. It doesn't say when possible. It doesn't say when practical. It says to strongly support the businesses, to encourage the attraction and retention of destination businesses. Policy D, promote the village as a destination for visitors, as an attractive location for local and larger events. Policy F, quoted by Director Justice, says support for the use of agricultural zoning where applicable. Not where possible, but where applicable. And Director Justice in her analysis says that AC zoning here is applicable to this application and to this property. She listed a series of conditions, all of which are acceptable in her report. All of those are acceptable to us as the applicant. Commissioner Benavidez asked some questions about limitations on the types of conditions that could be imposed. I would urge the commissioners to discuss this with Village Council. My understanding in discussions with her was that the two areas that Director Justice outlined were the ones that are directly outlined in the ordinance, and that other conditions such as limiting the height of the building or things like that that are outside of the code are not conditions that are generally permissible. There was a brief discussion by Director Justice about, in response to a question about the setback on the sides being 15 feet. In this particular application, I would just note that the setback from the west is 42 feet. It is not only more than double, it is almost triple. With respect to the comments, one of the big concerns has been comments about noise. In the package at page 79, there is, well, let me back up. In the package, there is a complaint about noise made on June 13th by Mr. and Mrs. Dixon. And in the package on page 79, there is a statement by Robert Morrison, who was the tasting room manager on June 13th. He explains what he did to respond when that complaint came in. And that included taking a decibel meter out to the property line. And the decibel readings were between 40 and 44 decibels, well within the limits imposed by the noise ordinance. There's also a noise complaint in the package from Doug Binder and Linda McKee about an event on July the 24th, or about an event on August the 6th, I mean. They complained that the noise was especially loud, but I would urge you in the package to look at a transcript of a voicemail from Sylvia Spence at page 92. That transcript, she says, "Hi there, this is Sylvia Spence calling again. I have egg on my face and I'm calling to apologize because the music kept getting louder and louder and we thought we better go investigate. It turns out it was a big party over at Luigi's Outdoors with very loud music. I mean, that's how loud it was to come all the way back to us. Police even had to break that up. I don't know. Anyway, I'm calling to apologize and thank you so much. Goodbye." So that August 6th noise complaint was really a party being held at a restaurant over on 4th Street. So at least two of the complaints I would submit are unfounded. The other complaints about noise that are made, or the concerns expressed about noise that are made, are much less specific. And this is at a time between May 11th and now when the neighbors who opposed this application would have been particularly sensitive to the issue of making complaints and trying to build additional evidence to support their opposition. Respectfully, I submit there's no reason to believe that Anamonte will be any less responsive to any complaints about noise. Complaints about parking and cars parked on Chavez Road. As you heard from Director Justice, Anamonte has a parking space with 75 parking spaces built into its design. This will do a lot to relieve the occasional parking on Chavez Road of vehicles. Casa Rondena has made every effort to try and get the village to help out on Chavez Road for parking, but people at this point in time have a right to park there, just like they do on Rio Grande Boulevard for the growers markets on Sunday. There was a petition that was included in the package of people who say they are opposed to the application. Frankly, I would submit that that's really not, I mean, you can consider it, but do you really want zoning decisions to be based on public referendum? You know, should they be placed to on the ballot so the village gets to vote on how any individual property owner will be treated? That's not the way the ordinance works. It's not the way laws should work. The ordinances need to be predictable. It's the only way that people can make plans for either building a home or running a farm or creating a business, is they have to have some certainty as to what is going to be allowed and what is not. And I would just ask at this point and urge you to consider enforcing the law and supporting the fact that the law should mean what it says. I know Clayton Calvin, my co-trustee, had some things that he would like to say. So if we could allow him to speak, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Artuso. Is the applicant present?
Stand by. Stand by. Mr. Calvin, I need you to accept the, to be able to be let into the meeting when I allow you in.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Would you
Okay.
please state your name and address for the record?
Yeah, I'm Clayton Calvin. I'm at 733 Chavez Road in the village, or do you mean my Los Ranchos address or where I am at the moment?
Just your residence, where you reside.
2302 South 3rd Street, Austin, Texas.
Thank you. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Calvin?
Mr. Calvin, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Mr. Calvin, please go ahead.
Yeah, so my name's Clayton Calvin. I'm also a trustee with Angelo. Nice to meet you all. I grew up on the property and in Los Ranchos, so I know and love both of those things a lot. I now do public interest law down in Austin, but New Mexico and the winery are my home, and I'll be there involved for a long time into the future. I want to start a little bit, just talk a little bit about the last meeting, not because I want to dwell on that, but just because I think it bears a little bit on the current meeting and the current decisions. So from my perspective, I sat in on that, and there were kind of a lot of, there was a lot of back and forth and all stuff that's fair game. But overall, frankly, the proceedings seemed a little unfair, just candidly, from my perspective, and not grounded properly in the law, as Angelo was alluding to. Had a lot of people weigh in and exercise their personal right to speak. And even though it wasn't technically against the rules, they ceded all their time to Mr. Eves. Mr. Eves is a trial attorney, and also his house is for sale. He's not going to be, he's moving out of the village, doesn't have a personal stake in the matter, but that was not against the rules or anything. It just seemed not necessarily designed to get a just result. But more importantly, what I thought was determinative and a bigger issue is, I think it was Commissioner Berenson. She, like sort of toward the beginning of the meeting, astutely brought up the term "shall" that's in the operative part of the code that we're dealing with. And she read the law, and she saw that or inquired about it, if a proposal meets all the conditions for a change, then the change shall be granted. And that's kind of what it says on its face. And, there was a little bit of a blank, of like a pause, and I don't think anyone had squarely grappled with that question. And people kind of thought about it for a second and then gave a sort of a tepid yes, but there's also a discretionary factor. And then based on the discretionary factor, we stayed up a few more hours and listened to a lot of people voicing their opinions, as they have a right to do, but a lot of really subjective and sort of unfounded negativity about the issue. And so just from my perspective, it was disheartening to see the rules upended like that, when because a lot of people are voicing their feelings. And so I was disheartened, not just because it's my family business and I didn't get what I want or something, but just as a citizen, it was sort of disheartening to see the process go in that way, in my candid opinion. So So what I think, and then since then we saw, we were like communally planting vines, one day I remember people going by and heckling, kind of spewing negative stuff like that you see on the internet. Our country is way too familiar with these days. But so that all comes to say, I think what the proper reading is that if the conditions are met, which they are in the proposal, as the director was saying, none of that negates. So I think the discretionary factor idea that we came up with at the last meeting was a misreading of the code, of the part of the code that allows the director to call a hearing if she thinks there's a substantial public comment, and then give the decision over to the board. But none of that language negates the term shall approve. It doesn't invent a discretionary factor so that, as Angela said, we just hold a referendum on the issue. I think the correct reading is that it gives the village the opportunity to weigh in and state why the proposal might not actually meet the conditions. That's the consistent way to read that provision. So, and the New Mexico Supreme Court very clearly agrees with that reasoning. And I'll read to you from a case of theirs as to be helpful. It came from a case where county commissioners had created their own reasonableness standard in a zoning code after the purchaser had already purchased the property, kind of like discretionary factor here. And what the New Mexico Supreme Court said was that kind of thing, quote, removes the essential characteristics of uniformity and predictability from the land use regulation process. And it noted that the importance of zoning classifications upon which property owner, it noted the importance of zoning classifications upon which the property owner has to rely. With a reasonableness requirement or a discretionary factor, read into the ordinance, quote, zoning officials would be invited to make highly discretionary decisions on a strictly ad hoc basis. Landowners would be burdened by not knowing what uses are allowed on their property. Owners have a right to use their property as they see fit within the law, unless restricted by regulations that are clear, fair, and equally applicable to all. So it's not unwise, as some have said, to refrain from inspecting before the fact, see before a purchase, what your neighbors are subjectively going to think about the way that you use your own property. So I guess I just want to offer my perspective that if you engage in this process here tonight, by listening to the village's opinions, left and right, pro and con, and sorting out what feels fair, that's engaging in the process in the wrong way, in a way that's contrary to New Mexico law. Yeah, so the correct way to listen is that the reasons for the proposal, the correct way is to listen for reasons the proposal might not be in compliance with the conditions for a zoning change. And then if there are no such grounds and it is in compliance, which there is, as far as I can tell, no dispute that it is, then you shall approve it and uphold the laws that we're all entitled to rely on. I mean, it has implications for every member of the village. So respectfully, thank you for your time and energy, and please put the whole thing to rest tonight if you can, that the Department of Planning and Zoning recommends, and make the decision that's going to be upheld for the right reasons and not remanded for all of us to go through the whole thing again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Calvin. Do we have any questions from the commission for the applicants?
Mr. Chair, can I request something of Mr. Calvin?
Please go ahead, Attorney Winter.
I'd like a case name and a site for what you were referring to, Mr. Calvin, if you don't mind.
Of course, yeah, sorry, hold on, let me get it. The case is Smith versus Board of County Commissioners, County of Bernalillo, New Mexico Supreme Court, April 22nd, 2005. And the quote, the portion that I read is down on paragraph, I believe, 33.
Mr. Calvin, do you have a case citation, like a New Mexico reporter citation?
Yes.
I'll take that.
Okay, 137 New Mexico 280, or there's also the Pacific Reporter if you want that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, at this point, do we have any questions from the commission for the applicants? I'll go around the room. Commissioner Benavides? Commissioner Michelson?
No questions?
Commissioner Gay?
Yes, I have a question for Clayton. Clayton, are you an attorney?
I practice, yeah, I'm not yet sworn in, but I work in the law, yeah.
So no? You're not an attorney?
I'm a Juris Doctor.
Okay, thank you. That's my only question.
Commissioner Smith, any questions at this point?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you. And with that, we'll now move on to comments on this application. In the interest of time and consideration for all speakers, each speaker is limited to 2 minutes. We have quite a few people signed up to speak, and we want to make sure that everyone who wishes to speak is heard so that the commission can consider their comments. Because we want to be fair to everyone speaking, everyone making public comment, either in favor or in opposition, will be given 2 minutes to speak. If you run over, we'll let you finish your thought, but if you continue on past, then we'll have to ask you to finish your sentence. Otherwise, we will mute you and move on to the next person. You can give your allotted time to speak to someone else. If they've already spoken, just say so at the beginning of your comment and we'll have them speak instead of you. For those who have submitted written comment already included in the packet, your verbal comment can, but does not need to be restated what you said in writing, as the commission has read it. This goes without saying, but please be polite and respectful to everyone who comments tonight, as they are taking the time out of their day to let their voice be heard. Thank you. And with that, Kiko, is there anyone present who would like to speak in favor or opposition to this application?
Commissioner Seavey, commissioners, I'm going to, before we get into the list of speakers, I'd just like to do a couple of things. First, note that those who signed up to speak are going to be going in the order that they signed up to speak. And folks did donate their time to some of these folks. That's going to be reflected in the timer. After everyone who has signed up to speak has spoken, we'll invite everybody to raise their hands for those who didn't sign up to speak but still have comment on this application. So for everyone who's in attendance for public comment, please note that when it's your turn to speak, like especially if you've signed up to speak in advance, you're going to be prompted to attend the meeting as a panelist. When it's your turn to speak, please accept or click yes, and then unmute yourself. You'll need to state your name and address for the record, and then get yourself sworn in from our attorney. After that, your time will start. And so, and then just as a note for folks that have their time, that have extra time, you cannot donate your remainder time to someone who's already spoken. You cannot donate your time to your remaining time to somebody else. And after all of the public comments have been heard, I'm going to state some of the comments that I'm going to state the comments that were submitted after the meeting packet was published for the record. So with that, let me just go through, just for the sake of the record, who donated their time to who and what their address is. All of these folks who signed up to speak were signed up to speak in opposition. The first is Barry Ramo, 908 El Alhambra Circle Northwest, donated his time to Roberta Ramo. Elizabeth Ann Gonzalez, 6508 Avenida La Cuchilla Northwest, donated her time to Mel Eves. Randy McKee, 749, oh, sorry, let me retract that. No longer donated his time. Georgia Smith, 719 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Jerry Dixon. Joyce Hamill, 727 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Jerry Dixon. Summer Ferreira, 900 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Deborah Dixon. Heather Gallegos, 805 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Mel Eves. Ron Chavez, 428 Chavez Road Northwest donated his time to Jerry Dixon. Bill and Sylvia Spence, 743 Chavez Road Northwest donated their time to Mel Eves. Tucson Lopez, 807 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Jerry Dixon. Sean Ricketts, 807 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated his time to Jerry Dixon. Robert Chavez, 324 Enchanted Valley Circle Northwest donated his time to Jerry Dixon. Marianne Woodard, 909 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to David Campbell. Linda Zemke, 1000 El Alhambra Circle Northwest donated her time to Mel Eves. Marcia Smiley, 623 El Paraiso Road Northwest donated her time to David Campbell. Emily Cedarholm, 617 El Paraiso Road Northwest donated her time to David Campbell. And then others who will be speaking tonight did donate some of their time to others who will be speaking tonight. They're not noted in this as they're going to be saying their names and addresses. And with that, Kiko, if you could let in the first person who signed up to speak.
I'm about to let the first person in. I want to remind everybody we will not be responding to any hands raised at this time. We will go in the order of people signing up to speak now.
Good evening. Would you please state your name and address for the record?
Absolutely. Douglas Binder, 827 El Alhambra Circle in Los Ranchos.
Please go ahead, Mr. Binder. Oh, excuse me, Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Binder?
Thank you, Mr. Binder. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please
All
go
right, well,
ahead.
thanks. So Casa Rendena started out as a small vineyard more than 25 years ago. The wine tastings, the occasional small event, things like that. And the owner, John Calvin, lived on site. But it's grown enormously. And those of us who live near it have had to put up with screaming and shouting and amplified music that has absolutely ruined our evenings. And the owner now lives in Placitas. He no longer has to put up with all the noise and all the commotion. So I moved here a bit over 3 years ago. And I want to read an email, it's just a few lines, that I sent to Debbie and Jerry Dixon 1 month after moving in. And here's what I wrote. It's dated October 27, 2018. Hi, Jerry and Deb. My guess is that this issue has probably already been taken up, but I thought I would ask anyway. What is the deal with those Casa Rendena parties with all that screaming and the loud music? It's pretty obnoxious, and you two are quite a bit closer to it than I am. Anything to be done about this? Well, I bumped into them the following day, and they told me that there really wasn't anything we could do about it. Who would we even report it to? And that was that. Just learn to live with it. And I suppose in some way I have. I don't like it, but I have learned to live with it. But a second event center right next door? I mean, this is a residential area. I just don't understand what's going on here. There are 140 of us who have signed a petition. We don't want a second event center right next to Casa Rendena. Would any of you want to live next to 2 event centers? No, of course not. A winery? Absolutely lovely. I would love to have a winery there. But a second event center? No, this is simply too much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Binder. Kiko, can we bring on the next speaker?
Yes, stand by. It takes a few clicks, so I apologize
Sure.
for the delay.
No, you're fine. I know how it goes.
Barry Rommel, you've been let into the meeting. If you can unmute your video and audio, that would be great.
I apologize for the confusion. So for everybody who is signed up to speak and is as a participant for the meeting, if you could change your name to the name that you signed up to speak under, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Thanks, Director Justice. Would you please state your full name and address for the record, Mr. Ramo, Dr. Ramo?
So sorry, Commissioner Seavey, Commissioners, Barry Ramo is not signed up to speak. We're trying to get the right person in to speak at this time. Again, if anybody could who is signed up to speak, if they could change their name to the name that they signed up to speak under, that'd be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Too many Ramos. Thank you.
Hi,
This
good
is
evening.
Roberta Ramo.
Hi, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Roberta Ramo, 908 El Alhambra Circle Northwest, Los Ranchos, New Mexico.
Attorney Winter?
Ms. Remo, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, Ms. Ramo, you have 2 minutes.
I think I had 3, but that's
Oh,
okay.
I'm so sorry, my mistake.
That's okay. I'll talk really fast. First of all, Commissioners and Director Justice, thank you very much for your attention in this matter that is so important to us. I speak on behalf of my husband, Barry Ramo, and myself, and urge you to deny the request labeled as ZMA 2103 765 Chavis Road to rezone the residential property next to our semi-rural residential neighborhood into commercial property hosting multiple events 7 days a week into the night. First, let me note that the fact that the applicant has checked all the boxes for AC zoning should not be dispositive in any way. That's why you're having this hearing. I could make our house a retail outlet, have enough parking, signage for retail that is approved in commercial areas of the village, and have complied with all other commercial requirements. And that still would not mean the commission should allow me to transform a residential property in a residential zone into a commercial property. The whole purpose of this hearing is that each of you must decide whether you will protect the semi-rural residential neighborhoods of our village. That's the essence of why we have a village. Please ask yourself if you would want to live next door or in hearing of events every day into the night with diesel fumes from buses wafting into your yards and amplified music and voices interrupting your peaceful outside space. Additionally, you have heard and will hear that the applicant has ignored virtually all of the restrictions at Casa Rodenu, and that the village has done nothing to protect the neighborhood from these violations. Granting the zoning change will instead reward the disregard that has been shown for any restrictions in their operations. Finally, let me note that you'll be presented with a petition opposing the zoning from residents who have lived in our village for generations, to longtime residents like Barry and I, who have owned property in the village for about 50 years and lived here since 1977, and to newer residents who chose to live in Los Ranchos because of the promise of a quiet, semi-rural life. All of us feel the fate of our lifestyle, the value and the peaceful enjoyment of our homes, the ability to simply walk, bicycle, or ride a horse down Chavis Road is in complete jeopardy. We urge you to deny this zoning application and to save the jewel that Los Ranchos is for those of us who actually live here in our homes. Thank you for your attention to this important matter.
Thank you very much for your comment.
And commissioners, I apologize again for all of the interjections. Just trying to make sure that process is done. So I know we've already had two people speak already. After somebody is finished commenting, if you have any questions of them, please state them at that time. If you have any questions of Douglas Binder or Roberto Ramo, please let me know now. Otherwise, from this point forward, after the person spoke, if you have any questions of them, please ask them then.
Thank you, Director Justice. And you're addressing the commission with the ability to ask questions of the
Yes.
commenters.
Yes,
Okay,
commissioners.
thank you. Okay, well, with that, do we have any comments or questions from the commission regarding the comments from Mr. Binder or Ms. Rama, who just spoke? Yes, Commissioner Benavides.
Yeah, so I understand there was an offer to those opposing neighbors in the Caballero neighborhood, or actually anywhere, outside the neighborhood as well, to meet and discuss their concerns and maybe talk about what might mitigate those things that would they found defensive, like noise and parking, and so on. So my question to both of them is, was an offer made to you to meet? And if so, did you not act on it?
So Commissioner Benavides, is that a question specifically for Douglas Binder or Roberto Ramo?
Both.
Thank you, Commissioner. I do recall that there was a letter that I received asking if we would meet with Mr. Artuso, as I recall, and I emailed him back because he wouldn't meet with us as a group. And I think that when Mr. Dixon speaks, Mr. Benavides, he will explain all of the things that have gone on that will answer your question more fully.
Thank you.
I should tell you, if I didn't say it, that I did respond to Angelo because I didn't want them waiting for me someplace where I wasn't going to show up.
Commissioners, are there any other questions of, oh, sorry about that.
Hello.
Hi, please go ahead, Mr. Binder. Did you hear the question from Commissioner?
I did not, I'm
Benavides?
sorry.
Could you restate your question?
I was drinking a glass of Casa Rondeña Syrah, actually.
So the question is, was an offer made to you and maybe to your neighbors that you know of to meet with John Calvin or any of the trustees of the land that Anamonte is now proposing to discuss mitigating conditions that would make life easier for you?
I do recall, this was some time ago, but I do recall receiving a letter and being invited to a meeting at a time that I was going to be in Alaska with my son. And I believe I wrote back, yeah, in fact, I could find it. I wrote back to Mr. Artuso to that effect, that I was going to be out of state. It was a rare opportunity to be with my son before he moved to New York, where I'm sad to report he's enjoying himself very much.
So that I don't have to ask the question to all the speakers, if you think of it, you might answer that. I just would put that out there. Thank you.
Okay.
Any further questions for me? No, okay.
Good evening. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Peter Weinreb. I live at 6509 Poza Rica Court Northwest in Los Ranchos.
Thank you. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Weinreb?
Mr. Weinreb, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Commissioners, I speak in opposition to the zone change. I respectfully and vigorously submit that completing the application does not mandate approval. Approval should not be summarily granted. This commission can determine suitability, which Mr. Eves will discuss shortly. At first, a local winery in Los Ranchos was appealing. Over time, we've seen business hours increase, a restaurant operation, and a continual, unchecked parade of events and nuisance. 7 weekend events are scheduled at Casa Rondeña in each of September and October. So in just 2 months, that's as much as 50% of their claimed busiest year. To double that activity with a second enterprise would increase the inconvenience and the loss of quiet enjoyment. Commissioners, at more than 11,000 square feet in size, the proposal is not a charming boutique winery and tasting room. It is an event hall for hire with attached winemaking tanks and sales area. This development would greatly increase the nuisances the neighbors have been enduring. Meanwhile, the village does not monitor operations. Mr. Artuso's own comments tonight reveal that the events are the economic driver of the winery's success. It isn't a good idea. Please halt the further commercial intrusion into residential Chavez Road. Please deny the ZMA 21-03 application. Thank you. And would you like me to speak to the invitation?
Please. Yes, please.
Yes, I did receive a written invitation from Mr. Artuso, which I came to understand was 50% of the people who spoke in May in opposition were invited 1 week and 50% the other week. I didn't understand why there could be the same presentation 2 weeks in a row and the people wouldn't be together. I wrote back by postal mail to Mr. Artuso saying that I did not feel it was appropriate for only a partial part of the group, and I would have to decline unless the entire group were to be present. Those are the end of my remarks. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Weinreb. And before you sign off, are there any questions from the commission for the commenter, Mr. Weinreb? Seeing none, so we'll move on to the next commenter. Thank you for your comment. Hello there.
evening.
Would you
Hi.
please say your full name and address for the record?
Yes, my full name is Linda Diane Davis Fleming. I live at 6513 Avenida La Cuchilla Northwest. I'm directly across Casa Rondeña and the proposed new winery on Chavez
Thank you.
Road.
Thank you. Ms. Fleming, before you proceed, Attorney Winter is going to swear you in.
Ms. Fleming, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay. Almost 20 years ago, my late husband, who was an international physicist, was recruited by Sandia National Labs to come work on national security issues. We left New Jersey and Bell Labs at that time, and we came here because we found this house. And our house was so beautiful. It was so rural. It was a real haven for us. There was space for flowers. There were trails to walk, places to ride bikes. And we gave up very good jobs and came out here because of this location. At the time, Casa Rondeña was in existence, and I wasn't even aware that there was a winery across the street from us when we bought the house. Now, in that 20 years, there's been a great many changes, and they've not been positive ones. And one of the ones that bothers me the most is the fact that I'm right across from the entrances. You know, there have been 2 wall breaks during this time period that I've lived here, where the walls have been knocked down. But also it's stopped. This is where buses stop. This is where trucks try to turn in, and they can't seem to make it on one easy turn. They're there for many minutes. I sort of feel like I'm back at the Holland Tunnel trying to get into New York City as the smoke gets louder and darker and the fumes get terrible. And there are a lot of backed up traffic. One of the things I noticed today when I was driving home is that the road at the beginning of the road says no vehicles over 5 tons allowed on this road for through traffic. This is Chavis Road. You have a printed sign, and I can guarantee you those 18-wheelers are a lot bigger than 5 tons, and they're there all the time. You know, I don't want to live in a parking lot. I don't want to live in a noisy neighborhood. We came here for beauty, security. We brought 2 children who are doctors that are now working in the city here. I think this neighborhood
I think
attracts.
your time has expired. Please finish your comments.
Ms. Fleming, if you could just wrap up your thought there. The 2 minutes
Okay,
already
I
passed.
would really like for you to keep this rural atmosphere, because this is why so many of us bought our homes here. They're our biggest investments. They're important to us, but they're important to the quality of life in this town. And I think you need to be able to monitor our rules if you're going to think about letting them continue to do business or to expand. It's the city's not living, the village is not living up to what it needs to do. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission for Ms. Fleming? Okay, well, hearing none, we're going to move on. Thank you very much for your comment. Good evening.
Hi,
Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
my name is William George Walker, Bill Walker, and I live at 6508 Poza Rica Court Northwest, Los Ranchos.
Attorney
Walker.
Winter,
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I have submitted written testimony. I adopt that. I would like to focus on one other matter, and that is back years ago, and I've testified about this before. I was village attorney, and I fell in love with the village, and we moved here with our 7-year-old son 23 years ago into a property that's straight across the street from the new proposed winery there across Chavis. And I don't have any objection to wineries. The Casa Rondeña was a quaint, nice little property with wonderful vines. And the problem presented is not the winery. And, you know, Ms. Justice focused exclusively on this winery. That's not the point of this. The point of this is the party centers. And he has set up the current Casa Rondeña with a restaurant, with a private club, and parties that go on late into the night with amplified music. It's quite annoying. And no, I haven't filed complaints in the past. I've been advised by Ms. Justice that there is no enforcement mechanism in the village and that I should call the sheriff, or I suppose engage in private litigation, or maybe sue the village to enforce its rules. But there is no mechanism for enforcement. When we moved here, the idea was the kids walked to elementary school on the south. They walked to Taft. They walked down Chavis, or they bicycled to Taft Middle School. And that would be suicide in this time, because there are so many intoxicated drivers, one of which knocked a 25-foot section of my wall down a few months ago, and coming out of the winery. And it's basically a giant bar and party center. And now they want to double it. And I find it very, very offensive. And I think it needs to be denied. I don't mind it being a winery. As far as the question Mr. Commissioner Benavides asked, I received a letter addressed to Mr. Weinreb, but to my address, inviting only part of the group to come and meet with Mr. Calvin at the winery. And we then submitted to him that we would meet as a group. He refused to meet with us as a group. He refused to meet with representatives of us, and he refused to meet with a mediator. So Mr. Dixon will detail that some more, and it's in your record. If
Thank
there's
you.
No other questions.
Any further questions from the commission for Mr. Walker? All right, seeing none. Thank you, Mr. Walker, for your comments. Hello,
Hi,
would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Linda McKee, 749 Chavis Road.
Ms. McKee, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Okay, I believe I have 3 minutes. Commissioners, you have petitions signed by 150 village residents who oppose this application for rezoning. This is pretty amazing considering the lack of notice given to residents about this change. I live almost next door to the winery and I didn't receive a notice. Luckily, now the message is getting out. It's unfortunate that Calvin and his team of people from outside the village are oblivious, or worse, don't care about the disruption to the neighborhood that directly result from the winery event center. Calvin and his team of outsiders don't live in the village. If they did, they would be aware of these disruptions. And if Calvin was a nice and generous man, as he claims in this packet, he would care about the traffic congestion, the noise, and the safety issues caused by his winery event center. Instead, Calvin and his team of outsiders want to exploit this neighborhood for their personal profit motives. They want to ignore the quality of life issues that impact the surrounding neighbors. Make no mistake, these outsiders are not interested in agriculture. The grapes on the property are lovely, but they are window dressing. These outsiders are interested in having a profitable event center. Clearly, Calvin has been getting away with making the neighborhood miserable for years, as the village has little or no enforcement capability, as you're hearing. I've yet to hear back from the code enforcement staff on a complaint I made about the winery 6 weeks ago. Neighbors have said enough is enough. 150 good people cared about this issue enough to sign their names, telling the P&Z board that they don't want to put up with it anymore. These residents don't want another event center sitting next to the one already there, creating twice the issues we're experiencing today. As you can see by the resident map that you have in front of you and may come up with Debbie Dixon, these 150 good people live in the area of the winery and also in other parts. These people do not want to see a commercial zone in the middle of a residential area, regardless of where they live. These 150 people believe zoning is supposed to be stable and difficult to change, and that zoning changes should never be a matter of checking boxes, as Calvin and his outsiders say it should be. If this is passed, everyone is at risk of having residential property flipped to commercial zoning right next door to them because the boxes were checked. These 150 good people should be heard and their voices given weight when making zoning changes that will disrupt their peaceful neighborhoods. Your vote will tell the village residents whether your priority is looking out for the profit motives of a commercial enterprise or whether your priority is looking out for the welfare of the village residents. 150 people strongly oppose this application and ask you to vote no on this rezoning application. Thank you. And my answer to your question, Commissioner Benavides, about the invitation, My husband and I received an invitation postmarked the day before the meeting was to have occurred and received it the day after the meeting had occurred.
Thank you, Ms. McKee.
Thank you.
Do we have any further questions from the commission? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your comments.
And I'll just switch with my husband here because I think he's up next.
Great. Good evening.
Good evening, Commissioners and Mr. Seavey.
Would you please state
My
your
name,
full name and
my name is
address?
Randy McKee. I live at 747 and 749 Chavis Road.
Mr. McKee, could I ask you to raise your right hand, please? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, I'd like to share a couple of personal stories with the Commissioners this evening. A few years back, I was returning from a horse show down south, had been traveling approximately 4 hours with 3 horses. As we started to turn into our access road here to come to our property, we found that there was an overflow of cars parked along both sides of the access road. I actually had to park our trailer on Chavis Road and walk our horses in because we couldn't get our horse trailer into our own property. That has happened not once, but a number of times through the years. We got to where we finally called the fire department and they'd come out and actually try to move some of those cars around for us. The overflow parking problem continues today. Just this weekend, we had 10 cars parked on the road, on the sidebar of the road, and it's been pretty significant. Another time, a party bus was in the middle of our road, blocking our access, parked straight across the road. We were going out to dinner. We tried to time things well, but we got right up against the bus. I got out and asked the bus driver to move the bus. He got irritated with me, got out of his truck, opened his door, got out of his truck, lit up a cigarette and stood there. We could not get around him. My wife went in and talked to the people at the winery quite vigorously, and they came out and got him to move. This summer, we saw many times, and I actually I counted, have a drone, I flew it up over the area. There were times that we had as many as 145 cars in that parking lot and area. 75 parking spots isn't enough. 45 parking spots isn't enough. This is a serious issue with traffic congestion and safety in our area, and I really would like to ask that you all vote to deny this zoning change. As far as the question that you asked, Mr. Benavides, Linda answered that. It was apparently we were left off. We've been left off of both the zoning notifications through this whole process and through anything that our TUSO did. We were an afterthought and we're not really invited to that meeting. So that's your answer.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. Do we have any further questions from the commission? All right, well, seeing none, thank you very much for your comments this evening. Hello. Could
Yes,
you please
hi.
state your full name and address for the record?
Yes, Commissioner, my name is Deborah Dixon and I live at 801 El Alhambra Circle in Los Ranchos. And if I may ask, while I'm getting sworn in, I'm going to be referring to a file that was sent to you by Tiffany today called Photo Compilation. Maybe the commissioners would please bring it up on your screen since I can't share it on the screen. Thank you.
Thanks. Attorney Winter?
Ms. Dixon, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, Chair Seavey and fellow commissioners, I reside with my husband in our home on El Alhambra, which we built 27 years ago. It happens to be located immediately opposite of the proposed site for the Anamonte Winery Event Center. In the last 25 years, the popularity of Casa Randeña Winery has grown into a business which is open every day of the week. Traffic in and out of the winery has increased, and parking along Chavez Road occurs with this growing attendance. We were lulled into thinking Casa Randeña was not so bad during the COVID closures, but as things began opening up again, the events and the noise are increasing again. Over the years, I'm now on the next slide after the introduction called noise complaints, and I'll try to say next slide each time I switch. Over the years, we've tried to be good neighbors and just tolerate those times when events create noise that intrude on the peaceful and tranquil enjoyment of our property. But on May 11th, Mr. Calvin stated there have been no complaints regarding Casa Randeña in the last 20 years. So now we realize we have to document it. Neighbors formally reported by several reported to the village 3 events in the 5-week period noted that were loud and obnoxious. This summer's example suggests that 2/3 of the events that occur have loud enough sound to intrude on the enjoyment of our backyard, or perhaps while we're sleeping, since they can last till 11 o'clock. The neighbors have actually been told from the village that, quote, noise violations are handled by the village's code enforcement officer during the village's business hours, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. Monday through Friday. However, as you can understand, most of these events are at night or on the weekends. I also quote from them, noise violations in general are difficult to document as they must be gauged with specific equipment over a sustained period of time. So sort of sounds like fun to be in our backyard, doesn't it? Because it means we have to hang out by our back fence for long hours during amplified music just to measure it. Next slide, the following photos are going to cover a dozen dates in the last few months, which are noted on the slide, of unsafe, inconvenient circulation of people, goods, and vehicles. Now, the village land use regulations state that they are intended to establish safe and convenient circulation of people, goods, and vehicles. These traffic problems we routinely experience are from the operations of Casa Randeña. They're very tangible, they're not subjective. And if there were 2 wineries operating, there would be almost an additional 40,000 vehicles per year on Chavez Road traveling to the area if there are 2 people in each car. The next slide shows overflow parking on Chavez Road. The slide after that shows the quite frequent tour buses and delivery trucks that actually park and unload on Chavez Road. On June 4th, drivers of 2 Herrera trucks said they were taking tourists and that John Calvin sent them to the El Caballero neighborhood. I'm going to skip to several slides down. I'm sorry, I'm running out of time. There was some confusion, but the next to last slide is highlighted in green, all of the properties of the 150 residents who signed a petition in opposition to this application. If the commission yet allows another commercial development in AC zoning in a lot contiguous to Casa Randeña, which is already negatively impacting our neighborhoods, it will be an extreme contradiction to the stated purpose of the land use regulation, section 9.1.3, to establish conditions favorable to the health, safety, and convenience and general welfare of the citizens.
Mrs. Dixon, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
I will, thank you. The 144 events allowed by Casa Randeña would double with the proposed property development as shown in the last slide that you see before you. And that is the center of an aerial view of our neighborhood, which suggests a disturbing prospect for those of us who already know what it's like to live next to a single winery with 144 events. We implore you to deny this zone change request, please. I can now. Would you like for me to answer Commissioner Benavidez's question?
Yes, please, quickly if you could.
I happened to be aware of a lot of activities that were happening around that time, and we were made aware that 6 persons were initially invited by Mr. Calvin and Artuso, and none of the other opponents at the time had received any notice. Through an IPRA, we learned that the confusion related to the fact that those 6 were sent out and we didn't know if anyone else would be invited, but the IPRA revealed that other letters were intended to be mailed. They just hadn't been sent out yet. However, the McKees were only invited after it was noted that they were left off. The Dixons were not invited to any group meetings at Casa Rondena. However, Angelo did meet one-on-one with Jerry Dixon. And Mel Eves was never included in any invitation, and was purposely, it was stated that that was on purpose. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Dixon. Do we have any other questions from the commission for the commenter? All right, well, thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
And just to clarify, so Ms. Dixon, is your husband going to be, there's a Deborah and Jerry Dixon, and there's also a Deborah Dixon. So we're going to be letting in Deborah and Jerry Dixon, assuming that's going to be Jerry Dixon.
Good evening. Oops, it's like we lost him.
Stand by.
Good evening.
Hello. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Hear me okay?
Are you able to hear us, Mr. Dixon?
Gil says yes.
We can hear you just fine. I don't know if you can hear us.
Fortunately, my sound is off because it was we were on my wife's phone. There we go. Okay.
All right. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Actually, Gerald Dixon. I live at 801 El Alhambra Northwest.
Please raise your right hand, Mr. Dixon. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Thank you. If I may, I want to address, first of all, the statement that Mr. Artuso made about the very first intro of the ag commercial zone. I don't think he read the whole first statement, which is the purpose of this zone is encourage development of sustainable and economically viable ag activities on larger tracts within the village in keeping with the historic pattern of land use in this area. That's the part that's so significant. Vineyards, winemaking, sales of wine, wine tasting, sales of wine-related goods, those are agriculture activities. I think we all can agree on that. Weddings, graduations, bar mitzvahs, birthday parties, anniversaries, any number of celebrations. Those are not agriculture activities that fit within the historic pattern and use in this area. And I don't know that anybody could contest that. I don't see how they could. Those are social events. And when you have 50 to 150 people, they're huge social events. The second thing I want to address is this June 13th complaint. I feel like I've been a bit maligned by it when I thought I was trying to be a good neighbor by calling Casa Rondena rather than calling the sheriff's office about the noise. The noise that night was so great that when I spoke on the phone, not to Casa Rondena, but to other people, they could hear the music from that party. We had endured it for about an hour. It wasn't tapering off at all. I called now, and to my appreciation, within about 5 minutes, it dropped significantly. So when Mr. Calvin or Mr. Morrison or whoever it was that went out and checked the decibel level, said it was below their required amount, I suspect it probably was by the time that they went out and checked it, because the music was turned down within about 5 minutes. All this is in the packet. I want to address on a larger picture this, going back to this hearing of May 11th. Commissioner Benavides moved and the commission voted that we, as neighbor and opponents, meet with the applicant to try to negotiate some sort of resolution. We immediately tried to do that. We had 27 opponents. We narrowed our group down to a group of 6 property owners who would work as kind of the representative group. I began communicating with Mr. Artuso and he with me. In the meantime, this letter was sent out inviting folks to meet. There was a concern on the part of particularly those homeowners that received the letter, which were, interestingly, other than the 6 people that were on this negotiating team, to meet, because they felt like it was a conquer and divide by meeting with them separately. And when I finally met with Mr. Artuso in person on June 2nd, he told me that Mr. Calvin invited many of the opponents, but he did not invite the Eves or the McKees, that the Eves were not ever to be allowed on Casa Rodenia property, and that he was meeting with me in person. What he told me is that by this time they had made their proposal with their 3 elements, that they would cut the events in half, or allow 144 as between the 2 of them, that there would be no amplified music, and that there would the events would be limited to the indoor area and the outdoor area immediately outside of the new building at the Anamonte property, which really means that it's going to be outdoor activities. Further, he told me at that time that Mr. Calvin had not agreed to mediate, which is what we had been proposing, and that these meetings were not for the purpose of meeting, but not for negotiations, but only for answering questions about his proposal, which he indicated in that letter and in subsequent communications with Mr. Artuso, that was his best offer, because financially they couldn't negotiate any further without making this economically non-viable. And as you've seen the letters, that they would lose millions of dollars over the years. I continued to try to persuade Mr. Artuso to negotiate. I identified 2 former Supreme Court justices who were retired. I identified 2 district court judges who were retired to serve as mediators. I spoke with all of them. They all agreed to serve as mediators. We also identified the 2 mediators that the city of Albuquerque uses for homeowner and land use disputes. In Albuquerque, it's for free. They were going to charge us a nominal rate for it. Again, Mr. Calvin, according to Mr. Artuso, would not negotiate any further, and there was no reason to meet. When I last spoke with Mr. Artuso on June 17th, the last time we spoke, he acknowledged that there is magic of mediation, particularly when you're dealing with issues, but unfortunately that wasn't going to happen in this case. The significance of this AC zone is that it is incredibly specific in what it allows and doesn't allow. It identifies the number of patrons and servers who can work. It identifies the specific acreage and the ag products that come from it. It identifies the types of activities. This Casa Rodenia, as you've heard tonight, has grown from a home selling wine with 4 parking places to an event center that has as many as 12 events per month. They have a restaurant, they have a club, they have today Taco Tuesday. I mean, it is a very active place, much different than it was 25 years ago. And the idea of doubling this into a 7-acre with 2 separate event centers, 16 events a month of less than 50 people with 14 servers, 8 events per month of 150 persons, over 130 parking spaces. If you had simultaneous in one night, you could have 4 events a month of up to 300 people. Compare that to Los Poblanos, where you've got 25 acres, 12 events per month of less than 100 people, and 4 events per year of less than 300 people, and 200 parking places. And they're cramming all of this, much more activity, into a 7-acre lot. I'd like to address the planning report for this application. The sole focus on this is the ag-related activity. We couldn't agree more, I'm speaking for my wife and I, with the ag-related activity. There is nothing addressed in that report about the event center. And it's the event center that's incongruous, it's inconsistent with the village master plan, with the Guadalupe Trail plan, and the fact that all commercial activities are supposed to be along and next to 4th Street. What about the rights of the homeowners? We've resided in the village since '86, in this home since 1994. We've invested close to $100,000 over the last year to improvements. We've come to enjoy and expect a right to enjoy our peace and quiet. Thank you.
Mr. Dixon, please excuse me. If you could just wrap up that thought.
You know, we don't have sidewalks, we don't have street lights. We enjoy the peace and quiet of the village. To bring this event center literally into our backyard and double the level of activity. And I'm speaking for all the people that live along and back up, of which there's 5 of us, to this proposed center, is just completely inconsistent with what I think we all believe and enjoy is the spirit of Los Ranchos. With respect to Commissioner Benavides's question, we did not receive an invitation. When I spoke to Mr. Artuso, he told us that we would not receive an invitation. I don't think I can add anything further to it. Thank you for listening to me.
Thank you, Mr. Dixon. Do we have any comments or questions from the commission at this point? Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Dixon. Good evening. Are you able to hear us?
Good evening.
Hi, would you please state your name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Lance Longy. I'm the Watch 3 Commander for the Bernalillo County Sheriff's Department, and the address would be 6900 4th Street.
Okay, Attorney Winter.
Commander, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Commissioners, I appreciate the time that you're allowing or you're giving me to speak. I am not in opposition, nor am I in favor. I am purely here just to represent some numbers. I have to admit that I found it incredibly interesting to listen to a lot of the public comments. And I would like to extend myself as the swing shift commander that if residents are finding that things are in violation of safety or that there are things that the sheriff's department can help with, that they contact me. I think my email is also part of this. So I would be more than happy to listen to any neighbor that has any concerns and that I can help get rectified. I just want to go over some brief things over the last 5 years in terms of calls for service. There were actually 30 pages of calls for service, totaling 484 calls, which are varied into 1, 2, and 3 priorities. There were 22 priority 1 calls. And what those normally are lights and siren type dispatch, in progress type calls. Specifically within 733 Chavez Road, there were 2 specific calls. One of those came from the winery in terms of a disgruntled customer who had been refused service, and they wanted him to be removed from the property. And the next one was a minor crash in the parking lot, which was a report call. Other than that, we've had this year 216 calls in total along that corridor, which goes all the way to the Rio Grande, to include the tennis courts as well as the City Hall. I would like to make clear again, please, the Sheriff's Department is all about community. We love being in Los Ranchos. So if there are things that we can do to help and that we can support, and we can help get you some sort of clarity on, or we can assist with, then please bring it to my attention. I'll do everything that I can to do it. I will deal with all the commanders in the area, and anything that we can do to help you. It's about being part of the community, and please utilize me as your resource.
Thank you, Commander Longi. Appreciate that. Commissioners, do we have any questions at this point for Commander Longi? Yes, Commissioner Michelson.
Yes, Commander, were there any class 1 calls in those 216 calls?
Yes, sir. There were 22 priority 1 calls. And what those were based off of were home invasion in progress calls. There were also suspicious vehicle and suspicious people calls, which then turned into a witness onto private property, and stolen vehicle calls.
But it doesn't appear that any of those were directly related to Casa Rodina. Is that correct or incorrect?
That is correct, sir. None of those were to deal with Casa Rodina. They were all to deal with the surrounding neighborhoods, which I specifically identified, taking from 4th Street all the way down Chavez Road and into the Rio Grande, which also incorporated the fields as well as the tennis courts. I felt that would be the best corridor to see what sort of types of calls for service we were getting in that area.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gay, did I see a hand raised?
You did, but I put my hand down. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Commander, for your comments.
Thank you. I appreciate your time.
Good evening. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
My name is Nikki Burdicki. I live at 5915 El Prado Road Northwest in Los Ranchos.
Thank you. Attorney Winter?
Ma'am, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Please go ahead.
Thank you for letting my voice be heard on behalf of our community. I don't live in the Los Caballeros neighborhood. I live west of there, but this also impacts me, and I would like the opportunity to let my voice be heard. I grew up in this community as a child, and I have a wonderful and deeply rooted connection to this very special semi-rural community. I've been here so long that Los Caballeros didn't even exist when I was young. There was alfalfa fields and no houses on either side of Chavez. I rode my horse up and down Chavez. We walked up and down Chavez. It was a very quiet place. Things happen and the community changes, and we've moved on from that, and that's okay. But my sibling and I were fortunate enough to grow up in this area where families with children flourished with freedom from congestion and city worries and woes. My husband and I purchased a home here so that we too could raise our family in this community. We think of it as our special little bubble. We felt at ease raising our children in this community. My daughter and her husband have now purchased a home in the village for the same reasons I have enjoyed being here for more than 56 years. While I no longer would advise anyone to ride horses up and down Chavis due to the traffic, we do still enjoy riding our bikes around the neighborhood occasionally. We brave the Chavis Road, but are very frustrated quickly with the increasing number of visitors and traffic that affect the quality of village life. Last weekend, as a matter of fact, I happened to be driving down Chavis on Saturday afternoon, and there happened to be 4 winery guests leaving the winery after an event, walking 4 abreast down the middle of Chavis Road, stopping traffic in both directions. They had no intentions of moving out of the way or getting out of harm's way. They just kept walking and the traffic waited until they decided they had gone far enough and moved on to the next thing. I have given complaints in the past to the village of different things about noise and other neighborhood interruptions, but I usually don't.
Your time has expired. Please finish.
I just ask that we do not accept the intrusion of peace and tranquility in our unique community. And I would ask you, would you accept that intrusion if it was over your back fence? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Ms. Berdicki? All right, well, hearing none, thank you very much for coming out tonight and giving us your comment.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Hi.
Would
My
you
name
please
is-
state your full name and address for the record?
Yes, I'm glad to. My name is David Campbell, attorney at law. My business address is PO Box 20280, Albuquerque 87154.
Mr. Campbell, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
My name is David Campbell, and I am an attorney at law. I've been a municipal official and have practiced municipal real estate and land use law for over 35 years in the Middle Rio Grande area. In fact, in the Smith versus Bernalillo County case cited by law school graduate Clayton Calvin a moment ago, I was the attorney for plaintiff Gerald Smith at the administrative and district court level, and Mr. Smith prevailed at the New Mexico Supreme Court. I'll be pleased to give you the facts and law of that case that Mr. Calvin cited and to show you how different it is from the principle that Mr. Calvin attempts to use it for. I represent Mr. and Mrs. Dixon, the adjacent neighbors to the west of the proposed event center. Let me begin by thanking you for your service on this commission. It's a sacrifice for your time and attention, requires deep thinking and solid commitment to your community. You're asked to balance your time between work, family, and these volunteer pursuits. You deserve extra credit for your longtime work with the village and the development of the Los Ranchos 2035 master plan. Some of you were on the master plan committee. Mr. Gay, Ms. Christensen, Mr. Michelson, Mr. Seavey, Mr. Benavides was on the P&Z when the master plan was adopted. I have read and reread the village master plan. And as a real estate attorney, I can tell you it is a very fine document showing a great deal of work and careful balancing of the various interests in the village. Not too much development, an emphasis on agriculture, enough commercial activity to have taxes to fund the government. In fact, the vision statement for the village is a statement of balance. It says the village of Los Ranchos de Albuquerque is a historically and agriculturally rooted incorporated village in the Middle Rio Grande North Valley with ample open space, agricultural activity, historic ditch system, tree canopy, and semi-rural atmosphere for enjoyment by a diverse blend of residents, businesses, and visitors who comprise our friendly and peaceful community. It's all about balance. The 2035 plan and the zoning code also balance the land uses. Take the AC zone, for example. It's sort of like the scales of justice. recognizing that these uses may happen in a residential or agricultural use area, some limited commercial uses are allowed, including events. But these in the zoning code are very limited. They're limited to achieve a balance between those competing interests of residential and commercial activities. When it comes to commercial events, the code is actually very restrictive in the CA or in the AC zone. No more than 12 events per month, 8 of which have to be limited to 50 persons and 4 limited to 150 persons. Even the number of employees, the hours of operation, and the frequency of the events is restricted and limited. So I have to ask, why did the village place these restrictions on this zone? Because you, as authors of these documents, wanted to balance the interests of residents, agriculture, and profit-making commercial enterprises. Right now, in the Guadalupe Trail character area, the interests are more or less in balance. If you listen to our testimony tonight, there's a great deal of consternation about whether or not they're in balance right now. Think of it like the symbol of the legal profession, the scales of justice. You have residents on one side balanced with an existing winery and event center called Casa Rondeña. The strict limitation on events, size, frequency, hours, traffic are here to provide a balance. But now the same owner wants to double the size, the number, the frequency of the events. It's truly a second event center. Why do I call it an event center? Because that's the essential nature of the application. Agriculture and a winery is frankly the veneer covering a large commercial enterprise. Casa Rondeña was approved under the AC zone. The village has been very deliberate and careful in the zoning code to carefully balance the residential needs for calm and quiet and for the promotion of rural and agricultural traditions. The applicant, however, says differently. He says, if some events are good, then more events must be better. No. The reason you have careful limits in the zoning code is to maintain a careful balance of the interests between uses that can be incompatible. More is not better, especially when that balance is upset. Think about those scales of justice being in balance now, but when you double one side of it, it's far out of balance. And that's what you're hearing now from the neighborhood. The applicant is asking to go from 12 events per month to 24 events per month. By doubling up events and holding them simultaneously, he could have 8 events with 100 persons each and 4 more events with 300 persons each every month, or have events 24 days a month or 6 nights out of every 7-day week. That's not in balance. The existing stringent limitations and their enforcement are intended to mitigate the impact of the event center on neighboring properties and protect the predominantly agricultural environment of the village. To simply allow a doubling of these limits by the addition of a few acres undercuts the zoning code's careful neighborhood protections and eliminates the village's semi-rural ambiance. Now, the village has been careful to maintain the characteristics that make it unique for residents and for visitors. Those of you on this commission, particularly those of you who authored the 2035 master plan, know how hard you worked to achieve these goals of balance and uniqueness. You are not obligated tonight to throw this balance away. Notwithstanding what the staff report says, you can make a decision on this case that eliminates the possibility of an event center at this site. In fact, you are obligated to maintain the policies of the village and the specific characteristics that make this village so unique. On behalf of my clients, I ask you to permit the operation of another winery, if you must, with wine tasting, but don't throw away the balance that all of you have worked so hard to achieve by approving another event center right next to the existing one operated by the same person. doubling the size, frequency, numbers, and intensity of these events in the middle of the rural residential area will undo all of the careful balancing you have worked hard to achieve, and will create intolerable situations that you should not visit upon your residents. You've heard sworn testimony tonight about the nuisance that the existing party barn and event center already causes. Please deny this application, or at a minimum, eliminate that portion that seeks a second event center. I'm going to use the rest of my time to address some of the comments made by Mr. Artuso, who characterized this new business as a destination business bringing visitors from around the world. That, again, is not the idea of the balance that you have attempted to achieve in the village of Los Ranchos, not at all. He also asks, Artuso also asks that you not consider the opposition, the petitions, because decisions like this are not based on democracy or a referendum. Well, I beg to differ. I have practiced in this area for 35 years. And indeed, the kind of testimony that you're hearing tonight is part and parcel what the decision is made of and how you inform yourself about making this decision. Let me address also Mr. Clayton Calvin, who has said basically that if you check all the boxes, you're entitled to get a zone change. That is contrary to every notion of zoning law that I can think of. And that's because the existing zoning is presumed to be correct. A zone change is not presumed to be correct. It requires that certain burdens be met, including this nature of a public hearing and a weighing of this commission on whether or not those interests would be out of balance. So it is not correct that if you simply check all the boxes that you somehow are entitled to a zone change. That is not the law, and it ought not be the facts in this case. I mentioned that I actually was the Gerald Smith's attorney in Smith versus Board of Bernalillo County. That was a completely different case, one in which Mr. Smith, who was a ham radio operator, had gone to Bernalillo County, gotten a permit to build ham radio antennas far out in the East Mountain area. He got the permit. It was in accordance with the zoning code. And suddenly Bernalillo County decided to withdraw his right to have the antennas, even after he had already constructed them. And so that's a completely different situation. That would be as if you had granted this allowance and Mr. Calvin had built an event center, and then you had decided, or a court had decided, that it had to come down. So completely different case.
Campbell, your time has expired.
Yeah,
Please
I appreciate, and I'd be glad to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Campbell. Do we have any questions from the commission at this point? Commissioner Benavides.
Yes, Mr. Campbell. So I agree with a lot of what you said. I struggle with the code, and I sympathize with the neighbors. I think they have a very good point, and I would be signing a petition just like many of them already have if I lived there. So I'm looking at this code thinking I don't like it, but it's the code I have to live with because I'm not a trustee and I can't change it, you know. So I'm trying to look at this and point to something that would allow me to deny it, that's in the code or in any of our code that we have that says I can. Can you be more specific about how I could do that?
I certainly can. Any permission that you grant in this zone can be conditioned. You can place conditions on the zone, and Ms. Justice has already alluded to some that she recommends and some that she says that you can optionally take on. And I would propose that indeed you make a condition that a winery, wine tasting, retail sales of bottles of wine, corkscrews, all of that can be marketed and sold at this additional annex to Casa Rondeña, but that the event center, that is the doubling of the population and the numbers of events and parties and so on, not be allowed. And that is a condition that is perfectly acceptable. It's legal that the village could put on this request. And I think that is the way that the commission ought to handle this, because what you haven't heard is that people object to the winery uses or the growing of grapes and so on. What they do object to is a doubling of the nuisance of this application. And so respectfully, I would suggest that a condition be placed that special events not be permitted at the additional winery.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the commission? All right, well, hearing none, thank you, Mr. Campbell, for your presentation tonight.
Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening. Good evening.
Mr.
Little echo.
Kalapa, you have multiple machines running. If you could mute one of them, that would help with the audio.
Okay.
Hello, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Jesse Kalapa, 723 Chavez Road Northwest, Los Ranchos.
Great. Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Kalapa?
Mr. Kalapa, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Go ahead, please.
My property backs immediately to the entire 300+ foot northern boundary of the new winery property. So I'm the most immediate neighbor. There's a couple other neighbors that are immediately to the west, but my fence line shares the entire northern boundary of the new property. And I do experience regular disturbance in this neighborhood from the neighbors' dogs, not from the winery at all. I enjoy the positive experience of talking with the lead grower. I enjoyed the community building where they do group plantings. I enjoy that I can walk to a space that's beautiful to have wine and food with my kids. And I also like the music that I hear on occasion that's never past 10 p.m. and that never is a disturbance to me. I enjoy the celebration that occurs not every night, not 3 nights a week, but a few times a month. I think their highest month was 27 events. Oh, that was their best year, 27 events in a whole year. So I think that it's comparing it to Los Poblanos is inaccurate. And the 150 people on the petition do not share a property line with the winery. I do, and I support this. And I will take any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Kalapa. Do we have any questions from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Benavides.
So, Mr. Kalapa, I believe you spoke at the May 11th meeting on this on his previous application that's identical to this one, I think. And you said that you were, you had something to do with allowing John Calvin to purchase that property, that you had the first right of refusal. Is that correct?
I had the first right of refusal, but I didn't have anything to do with him purchasing it. I just declined purchasing it.
So I'm not quite sure if you're a disinterested party. You know, you might have a vested interest in this, or do you disagree?
I 100% disagree. I have no vested interest in in the new winery, other than I like the winery. I think they're good neighbors. But I have no financial stake or any involvement with the owners of that property.
Thank you.
I simply declined purchasing a property, and then he followed up by purchasing the property.
Thank you.
And I was not aware of his purchase of the property until after it was made public. I didn't know he came in and purchased the property.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Kalapa? Okay, well, thank you very much for your comments this evening.
Mr.
You're
Kalapa,
welcome. Thank you for the time.
Mr. Kalapa, before you leave, is Jane Wiggins with you? She is next on the list.
Jane's right here. She's coming right up.
Thank you.
Hello. I'm
Hello.
Jane Wiggins. I live at 741 Chavez Road, Northwest. I'm directly behind the winery and just east of Jesse.
I'll hold it for you.
Okay, thanks.
Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Ms. Wiggins?
Ms. Wiggins, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I've been here about 3.5 years, and I live directly behind the winery. I actually enjoy the music that I hear. It's never overly loud, and it's almost always done by 10 o'clock at evening. The lights are turned off by that time, with a rare exception of them leaving them on for the duration of one night. The people who work at the winery are very, very interested in keeping the neighborhood together, and I think work hard at making the winery a very special place for the village. I understand the issues with the traffic on Chavez Road and the parking issues. Those are concerns. I would say that the traffic on Chavez Road is not increased by the winery visits. It's people who are cutting through from 4th Street to Rio Grande, going at 40, 45 miles an hour. I walk that route almost every day, and it's quite frightening, actually, how fast some of these vehicles are going. I think that I am definitely in favor of letting them go ahead. The event center, I feel like they can moderate the time and the amount of noise that would be generated from that area. And I think they would take into consideration the neighbors' concerns about their hours, the light and the noise. And that's basically all I have to say.
Well, thank you.
Thank you for letting me speak.
Of course. Do we have any questions from the commission? No, okay, seeing none. Well, thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you. Thank you.
stand by. I'm having trouble letting in the next person.
Good evening. Are you able to hear us?
Yes, alas.
Great. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Tanya Triolo, 6611 Guadalupe Trail.
Ms. Triolo, please raise your right hand. You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Thank you.
Well, my husband and Adam and myself live directly east of Casa Rodena, just the other side of the acequia. And along with the doubling of noise, music, and traffic from sales events and events of the two wineries, we also must not forget that this is also a commercial winemaking operation, complete with all the noise and delivery traffic from harvesting and all the processing equipment, which is what we hear on our side of the street. A winery is a bottling and manufacturing facility. It is not just solely agricultural use. And so that's something to remember. Also, when establishing the AC zone, was there any contemplation as to how many AC zones per square mile would be granted? What if additional acreage is purchased to the north of the winery? Can another winery event center open up there? If the town of Los Ranchos is currently unable to manage traffic, compliance to the night skies ordinance, as is evidenced by the current lighting at the winery, and noise, how will it manage an additional winery and extra events? I hope you all consider this, and thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Triolo. Do we have any questions from the commission? Okay, well, hearing none, thank you for coming out tonight and giving us your comment. Good evening.
Hello,
Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
my name is Jamie Ashita Suizo. My address is 703 Green Valley Road Northwest in Los Ranchos.
Ms. Suizo, could you please raise your right hand? Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
So I just wanted to comment about my opposition to the change in zoning and a couple concerns I have about the effect that a commercial space will have on the neighborhood. Events at Casa Rodena already bring in a very large group of people, and this will be doubled with the addition of another event center. The properties around this lot are residential and would be directly impacted by such large events, both at Casa Rodena and the new winery. The noise and disruption of just the construction of the new event center will negatively impact the neighborhood, and it will continue to disrupt the neighborhood once the commercial space is open for business. My husband and I like to walk our dog in this neighborhood, as we see many other people do so. My sister likes to ride her bike between her house and ours, which goes through this area. There are also a lot of children that walk to and from school and to and from after school events. The increased traffic from two big commercial spaces can cause a disruption to the local residential traffic, as well as a danger to the people and children who walk down Chavez Road. Already there's a traffic concern around times that Casa Rodena hosts events, as there are many cars lined up to enter the parking spaces, as well as cars parked along the road or people walking down the road to go to the events. And this would be doubled if an additional winery and event center was built. I do like the idea of adding agricultural spaces to the village, and I was happy to see when they planted the new grapevines in the dirt lot a few months back. However, I don't support the addition of building a new event center due to the negative impact it would have on the residents of the village. And I believe it would intrude on the quiet and safety that the residents love so much about our neighborhood. My husband and I do live a few blocks away, but we go through this neighborhood quite often, and we'd feel very concerned if such a large commercial space was being built right up against our own property. Mr. Artuso kind of talked about the concept of permissive events, how it could be up to 150 people 4 times a month if this is doubled. And I think it's kind of hard to imagine, but an average movie theater seats 200 to 300 people. So just imagine a full movie theater full of people next to your house every weekend.
Ms.
It
Jamie,
would be
your time has
disruptive.
expired. Please finish your thought.
That was all. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission for Ms. Ashida Suiso? Okay, hearing none. Thank you very much for your comment this evening. Good evening.
Good evening.
Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Mel Eaves, E-A-V-E-S, 721 Chavez Road, Northwest.
Attorney Winter, would you please swear in Mr. Eaves?
Mr. Chairman, I understand that Mr. Eaves wants to ask some questions of Mr. Artuso. Is that a true statement, Mr. Eaves?
Well, you know, it's getting very late. I did, but I think I'm going to forego that and just go ahead and make my statement. I would like to answer a question the chair asked at the beginning, but I think I'll forego the cross-examination.
All right. In that case, please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
I would like to begin by thanking all of you for your patience. And I've now been to several of these meetings, and I think it's pretty amazing the time you're spending on this, and I very much appreciate it. I'd like to start off by offering to answer the chair's question. And my screen is blanking out. I can't see anyone except myself. But I guess I'll go ahead and proceed. Can you hear me?
We can see you and hear you, Mr. Eaves.
Okay, I don't know what's happened on this end. There, I can see the chair. Thank you. You asked a question at the very beginning, and I would like to answer that question if I could. I think I'm the only one of the opponents who can answer it. You asked a question about something to the effect of back in 2002, 2003, was there pushback from the residential neighborhood against what Mr. Calvin was trying to do? Did I hear your question correctly?
Yes, that encapsulates what I asked.
Oh, okay. At the hearing on May 11, I spoke to this issue, and I spoke to it by pulling out a letter that had been written by Mr. Brad Stapleton, the P&Z director at that time. And Mr. Calvin was seeking to change his A1 zoning to SU1. And this, what I'm going to read to you in part out of this letter, fits very well with what David Campbell was saying. It's almost like David wrote this letter, but Mr. Stapleton was very concerned about the winery going in next to the residential neighborhood. And here's what he said, and I'm just going to read it in part. It's in the files of the village, and I put it in the record on May 11, and I think it's been put in the record again here. In part, it says, the master plan also recognizes that the residential character of its neighborhoods must be preserved. A winery is not a residential use. Therefore, it has been placed under the SU1 zone rather than the A1 zone in the comprehensive zoning ordinance. The reason for this was to allow the Board of Trustees to establish conditions to ensure that a winery use did not adversely impact a neighborhood and to allow neighbors the opportunities to have input before the winery was allowed in their area. Then he said, he talks about Calvin's visiting with neighbors, including me, about the impact of the proposed winery. It was just a winery. And Mr. Brad Stapleton says, in addition, the relatively small size of the winery, approximately 2,000 square feet and 4 parking spaces, will greatly limit its potential impact. And Mr. Calvin proposed to Mr. Stapleton and to me and some other people some conditions that he would agree to if we would just let him have that winery. He limited wine sales Thursday through Sunday between the hours of 1 and 5 p.m. There was no sales of wine by glass that were permitted on the premises. No sales of wine not produced on the premises. No restaurant or commercial food operations. No for-profit events open to the public shall be permitted. However, wine tasting events by invitation shall be allowed. The operation of the winery shall not create a nuisance by causing odors or noise on the premises incompatible with the surrounding residential environment. Those were proposed by Mr. Calvin, and they were accepted by neighbors, including myself. And then we got into a very awkward situation because Mr. Calvin did not comply. And I'm quoting what's out, it's in the record, it's been there since 2002. In 2002, he became unhappy with his zoning again, and we had a whole different proceeding that was begun. And I wrote a letter on March 22, 2002, which is in the record on May 11. I believe it was put in the record again. It comes directly out of the historical files of the village. And in that letter, I opposed the zone change very, very strongly. And I'm not going to read the whole letter because we don't have time for that. But what I do want to call your attention to answers your questions. Beginning on page 4 of my complaint, of my letter, I go through 3 pages, almost 3 pages of complaints against Mr. Calvin. And to summarize, they're basically related to his failure to follow the conditions that he had proposed because he was expanding his operation. And as he told me at the time, which I included in my letter, and he did not contradict it, he said that he didn't realize when he made those conditions how hard it was going to be to make a profit. And therefore, he needed to change the rules again. So I say this because there was strong pushback at that time. And the scope of what he was doing was small compared to today. But he has become very astute at working the village to continually expand what he's doing. That's what he's doing right here. And I know there's a different planning and zoning commission. I know we've got different trustees and a different mayor, but he virtually drafted the AC ordinance we now have. I gave up on my complaints back when they didn't do any good in 2003. And because what I learned and what I'm still observing is that the village does not enforce those conditions. They don't do it. They just don't do it. And you've heard other people complain about it. And I don't understand a system where you, and I'm not talking about you personally because you weren't here, but generally the village, I don't understand why they approve a very important zone change, put conditions on it, and then do not enforce it, even when they get complaints. It's still going on. And I suggest that the village should not be sanctioning invasions of the residential zones with the dagger of commercialization in these neighborhoods. His operation has consistently grown. It will continue to grow. What he's proposing right now, just to give you an example of how this expansion would work in reality. And this information I'm going to give you is information that was available to Tiffany when she did her report. And I'm disappointed in her report because the entire report is written from the viewpoint of the applicant. It's not written from the viewpoint of the citizens in the neighborhood. And all you have to do is go through and read the zoning quotations that she gives in the letter. She does not emphasize at all the rights of the citizens in the area. She was well informed about the adverse effects that you're hearing about now. And this is the second time you've heard about a lot of them. And you're going to continue hearing about them because the longer this goes on, the more opponents we have. It's up to 150 at this point. And what Tiffany did not do was to analyze the adverse effects. She analyzed what he wanted to do, but not the adverse effects. And you cannot administratively approve something like this, like Mr. Campbell said, by just checking the boxes about the elements that are in the AC zone. You need to really take a very, very close look at the entire zoning code. Mr. Artuso quoted selectively from the code and left out things that didn't favor his client. For instance, section 9.1.3, which is the purpose in the opening of the land use regulations. No mention of that by him, and Tiffany doesn't pay any attention to it either. These regulations are intended to create orderly, harmonious, and economically sound development of land in order to establish conditions favorable to the health, safety, convenience, and general welfare of citizens of the village and its area of jurisdiction, and to recognize and preserve the village of Los Ranchos' history and culture and their importance within the Rio Grande Valley. More specifically, provisions of these regulations are designed to achieve adequate provision for light and air, public open spaces, water supply, drainage, sanitation, including sewer facilities, economy and government efficiency, safe, convenient circulation of people, goods, and vehicles, accurate and complete surveying, and preparation and recording of plats thereof, safety and suitability for land. you can't ignore those. That's what this is all about. It's us. We pay the tax, we vote. We're the people who make the village, and we're unanimous, except for a couple people. We're unanimous in our opposition to this. In her report, Tiffany glosses over some very important things that she should have developed and analyzed the way she analyzed what he wanted. She mentions special events and permissive special events, but she gives no real analysis to it. Let me give you some of that analysis. And it's pretty sure that I had like 14 or 15 minutes to start with. I don't know how much you gave me, but I guess it is what it is.
Mr. Eves, you do have 3 minutes
The development
remaining.
I would like to. What?
You have 3 minutes
I
remaining.
didn't hear you.
3 minutes remain.
Okay, well, I wish Tiffany had multiplied the permissive events that are permitted in the AC zone. 50 people at events 8 times in a calendar month, and 4 events for up to 150 people 8 times or 4 times in a calendar month. If you multiply that out, you end up bringing 4,800 people in on the 50 person limit, and 7,200 people in on the 150 person limit. You multiply that out, or calculate it out, and you put Casa Rendena alongside Anamonte, and you've got two event centers that are doubling that amount every month. And this ordinance gives him the permission to do both of those things at the same time. His letter to Tiffany, along with the application, the only discussion in it of events, he says, permissive special events which are part of the AC zone. And this type of special event will be incorporated at a later date. He doesn't want to talk about it. Mr. Artuso didn't want to talk about it. They don't want to talk about the real problem. That's the event center. And if you allow them to double up, it is going to be an enormous impact on the neighborhood. My timer is off. I can't see how much time I've got left.
You have 1 minute, Mr. Eves, remaining on your clock.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So the other thing at Tiffany, as far as conditional uses, she said in her report that conditional uses are not applicable. That's just wrong. Conditional uses, if you get the AC zoning, he is entitled to apply for conditional uses. And they include conference centers and meeting facilities. She totally discounts it and fails to discuss it. And here's what you have to consider. The village will consider the following matters in approving a conditional use. And I'm going to read it to you. Based upon the facts and circumstances of each individual application for a conditional use. In all conditional use applications, the village will consider the character and conditions of the surrounding property, the surrounding neighborhood, signage requirements, parking requirements, the distance between the use and all neighboring residents, hours of operation of the use, noise generated, traffic
Mr.
needs of the
Eves.
abuse, adequacy of parking on the premises.
Mr. Eves, your time has expired. Please finish
And
off.
yes. It concludes by saying the village shall place such terms and conditions upon the use as deemed necessary by the village to minimize the effect of the conditional use on the surrounding premises. I guarantee you, you give him AC zoning, he is going to be applying for conditional uses. because that was what he's used to doing. And it's unfortunate that Tiffany's work product didn't go into this end of it at all.
Mr. Eves, can
And
you please
I would
finish
urge
up your
you,
thought before you
don't
continue,
do
sir?
this. I am
Yeah,
finished.
you're out
I
of
am
time.
finished. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Mr. Eves? Okay, moving on. Thank you, Mr. Eves.
Thank you.
So Commissioners, just to note that that is everyone who has signed up to speak for public comment. There were 2 people who signed up to speak that I did not see in the waiting room. That was Joe Craig and Michelle Smiley. I did not see them, but they were signed up to speak. Next, if we can, I guess, vote to continue the meeting, potentially have a break, and then afterwards, we can continue with the public comment for everyone who did not sign up to speak to submit public comment.
Commissioners, the time is now 10:18, so we need procedurally, we need a motion to continue beyond 10 p.m.
I move that we continue the meeting beyond 10 p.m.
Second.
A second.
Commissioner Michelson has moved to continue beyond 10 p.m. Commissioner Benavides has seconded. We'll go into a quick roll call vote. Now, procedurally, Commissioner Christensen has recused herself from this matter, though this is more of a procedural matter. Is she able to vote?
Mr. Chair, I would, better safe than sorry. I would say she should stay out of this vote.
Thank you, Attorney Winter. Commissioner Benavides,
Yes.
Commissioner Gay,
Yes.
Commissioner Seavey, yes. Commissioner Michelson,
Yes.
Commissioner Smith.
Yes.
Okay, the motion carries unanimously. We will carry on beyond 10 p.m. I would propose a 5-minute break. If we could, let's just call it 10:25. If we could reconvene at 10:25, we'll continue on with this.
And also just to note for the record that Retta Smith did sign up to speak. We'll start with her after the break is finished. I apologize for that. I did not mark her down to speak, but she did sign up to speak.
Thank you, Director Justice. Okay, the time is now 10:25. We will get started again. Kiko, I believe we had one other person who had signed up to speak.
Yes, stand by.
Hello, would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Yes, my name is Loretta Chavez Smith. I live at 536 Chavez Road Northwest here in the village of Los Ranchos.
Thank you.
Smith?
Attorney will swear you in.
Please raise your right hand. Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Director and Commissioners. I so oppose changing A1 Agriculture Residential to AC Agriculture Commercial Zoning. Please, I implore you to listen to the residents of the village on what they do not want and not to give one person what they're asking for. The impact of this zoning change affects too many families that live around and near 765 Chavez Road Northwest, not to mention the impact that this zone change will have on the village as a whole. It's imperative that we start protecting what we have left of our village and our rural environment. Please vote no on this zone change request. Thank you, directors and commissioners.
Thank you for your comment. Do we have any questions from the commission for Ms. Chavez Smith? Okay, well, thank you very much for your comment.
Thank you.
So now at this time, anybody who has not signed up to speak, if you could raise your hand using the raise your hand button, we'll go through in that order.
Hello?
Yes, hi. Would you please state your full name and address for the record?
Sure. I had signed up. This is Camille Vados, 427 El Paraíso Road, Los Ranchos. I signed up, but my name wasn't called. But anyway, do I need to be sworn in?
You do.
Just raise
Attorney,
your right hand, Ms. Vados.
Yes,
Do you swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
yes, I do.
Thank you.
please go ahead, Ms.
I will just try to make this brief, just because if you look at the AC zone, just because an application might fit the conditions, and just because an application might fit in with the master plan, I think it's important for the chairman or the director and the commissioners to look at the whole impact, because there's other possible better sites to have an AC application that might be better in another area of the village. I find it very disconcerting that an application there might be adding of conditions to comply with the village code just to meet the needs of an application. To me, that's going against what the equity of what these applications and presentations should be about. And I would hope that the director and commissioners would look at that and look at a better placement without impacting a historical road that should be safe and the neighborhood should be considered. And looking or stating laws in New Mexico in reference to land use. We are our own municipality. And it should be that our land use and our venues within our village should take precedent over other areas of New Mexico.
Camille, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
No, that's okay. And thank you. I know it's getting late and I appreciate all of your time.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the commission for Ms. Varos? Okay, hearing none. Thank you for your comment. Good evening. Are you able to hear us?
Yes.
Would you please state your name and address for the record?
My name is Michelle Smiley, 623 El Paraíso Road, Northwest.
Ms. Smiley, could you please raise your right hand?
Hold on 1 second.
We had you for a second there. There you are.
Okay.
You swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you.
Please go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, my name is Michelle Smiley. I am a lifetime resident of the village of Los Ranchos. My front door is actually 1,584 feet from Casa Rodena. I strongly oppose. We have an event center in the village that Calvin can rent if he wants, and he has an event center. He does not need a second event center. He needs to be told no. He just takes and takes. We need to set limits. Like, how much money does Calvin need? He needs to be grateful for what the winery he does have and stop encroaching on the valley. If growing grapes on that lot doesn't make him enough money, then why did he buy it in the first place when it was already zoned agricultural residential? I saw that Artuso used the word sustainable. There is absolutely nothing sustainable about what they're proposing. I volunteer Earthship Biotexture, and I've worked on Earthship buildings, and that is a sustainable building. Like, nothing he is doing is sustainable. And then he's talking about people coming all over the world to come pollute our backyard. Sorry. I'm worried about like the pollution that it's going to take on the environment in our neighborhood. And I don't want AC zoning to be rezoned to AC zoning, because I don't want commercial buildings all up and down Rio Grande. And an example of him being a bad neighbor is he gives his employees a decibel reader to come out and argue with his neighbors.
Ms. Shelley, your time has expired. Please finish your thought.
Thank you for listening, and please vote no. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do we have any questions for Ms. Smiley? Okay, seeing none. Thank you very much for your comment.
If there's anybody else who would like to speak, if you could please raise your hand now. Chair CV, commissioners, there are no further hands raised.
Okay, thank you, Kiko.
Sorry, Chair CV, commissioners, now that everyone has spoken for their public comment, I'm going to just state a few items into the record that were sent to you via email, just for the sake of the record, so that we're all aware. These were not included in the meeting packet, but these were sent to the commissioners as they were received. So, they should have already been reviewed and read when they were sent. So I'm just going to state what the documents were. Some of these are a little lengthy, so I'm not going to be reading them. I'm not going to be reading any of these aloud. The first was a letter via email from the applicant. This is applicant correspondence from Angelo Artuso to Jerry and Debbie Dixon in response to a letter dated September 1st of 2021. Attached and referenced is a letter via email from Angelo Artuso to Tiffany Justice dated April 18th, 2021. And attached and referenced is a letter via email from Angelo Artuso to Tiffany Justice dated April 29th, 2021. The second item was a physical card sent to the mayor and planning and zoning commission from Joshua Franco at 1027 Chavez Road. This card was in favor, and attached was an Albuquerque Journal article that includes Casa Rodena Winery. The third item was an email from James and Meredith Emery, 6505 Costa Rica Court Northwest. This comment was in opposition. Number 4 was a document from John and Mary Ann Eves at 721 Chavez Road Northwest. This comment was in opposition. The fifth item was a petition in opposition with 153 signatures. The sixth item was an email in favor from Michelle and Bill Coons, 4010 Avenida Las Campañas. The seventh item was a document including photos and maps and renderings from Deborah Dixon at 801 Alhambra Circle Northwest. This document was in opposition. The last item was already commented verbally. This is essentially a duplicate, and it's from Jamie Ashita Suiso at 703 Green Valley Road Northwest. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Justice. At this point in the meeting, the applicant will have an opportunity to respond to any of these comments that we just heard. Is the applicant present?
Stand by.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Great. Well, yeah, I guess in summary, I would just reiterate, I don't know if I really heard anything. I appreciate everybody's, well, actually, first, and what I want to say is that we really do appreciate and hear the concerns that are coming from everybody. I don't mean to be some, that's important to us, and I think we've demonstrated that different times and will continue to do so. I would say I haven't really heard any arguments that the term shall doesn't mean shall. I mean, I appreciate the factual distinction that I can't remember his name, but the attorney with the glasses was making. But that doesn't mean that the principles are not applicable. And I believe when Commissioner Benavides sort of leaned into the questioning him a bit, he didn't really provide an answer for that. So I would just reiterate the same argument that the code doesn't just allow kind of a subjective re-guessing of or a referendum on what it says. That's my final statement. I don't know if Angela would like to say something.
I would. I'd like to start by answering Commissioner Benavides's question. Commissioner, on May 17, 16 days after or 6 days after the May 11 hearing, I sent a letter to everyone who spoke in opposition at the May 11 hearing, outlining a proposal as to how we might be able to close the gap with respect to objections. And those are the three things that you heard Mr. Dixon address. I ended that letter with this following paragraph. If you have any comments, questions, or suggestions regarding our proposal, then please feel free to send them to me with a copy to Tiffany Justice, the Village Planning and Zoning Director, so that they may be considered as part of the next hearing on the application for AC zoning. Thank you for your time and consideration. I got exactly 0 responses to that invitation. So the next thing I did was send a letter to approximately half of the people who spoke at the May 11 hearing. The reason we chose half is we wanted to have a group where everybody we thought would have feel free to participate and not be intimidated by having 30 people in a room and not be able to speak up. I invited those people to a meeting at Casa Rondania with myself and Mr. Calvin for June the 3rd. I then sent out a letter inviting the other half of people who had spoken at the May 11 meeting, inviting them to a meeting at Casa Rondania on June the 10th. Mr. Dixon then complained that I hadn't invited everyone who was opposed. So I sent out a letter inviting everyone, whether they had spoken on May 11th or simply submitted written comments, to a meeting on June 17th. Exactly 0 people came to any of those meetings. We did not ever refuse to meet with opponents as a group. Instead, we tried to meet with them in 2 small groups, and then fine, you want a big, large group, we'll have a big, large group. The opponents in my dealings with Mr. Dixon insisting on having a mediator, but given that we had already made a proposal, we didn't get any counteroffer. We didn't want to go into mediation bidding against ourselves. I asked Mr. Dixon several times for a counteroffer. I finally got one week before the meeting was scheduled for June, which was eventually didn't take place. And that counteroffer had over 20 conditions, I believe. And so I hope that answers your question about the efforts we made to try and get some sort of resolution to the objections. I will try to be very quick, but in some of the comments, people complaining about noise and about nuisance, about noise and those things, I would simply point out that in the United States, you're presumed innocent until you're proven guilty. The village has noise ordinances. The village has nuisance ordinances. If this property were to become too noisy or a nuisance, those ordinances could be enforced. Fines could be levied and other penalties could be assessed. The opponents would have you presume that Anamonte is going to be a problem with absolutely no proof yet that that's the case. You heard Commander Longy talk about, in the last 5 years, 2 complaints to the Sheriff's Department, one made by the winery itself, the other involving an accident in the parking lot. Ms. Ramo commented that, there really should be no commercial zone in a residential neighborhood. And my question is, so where are the AC properties going to be located? This is a vacant lot. If it's not allowed to change its zone, then the only option really remaining to the people who own that property is to infill it with residential properties. That's not preserving the agricultural heritage of the village. It's turning it into a bedroom community. I think you'd have a very difficult time finding anyone who's willing to pay hundreds of thousands of dollars an acre to grow corn and beans and grapes and think that they're going to be able to pay their mortgage and make a living. Mr. Walker talked about, I wrote this down, he had mentioned that it's almost suicide to walk down Chavez now. Well, the latest traffic survey shows there are 5,000 vehicles a day that go down Chavez between 8 a.m. and 5 p.m. Less than 1%, significantly less than 1% of those vehicles are coming to the winery. The increased traffic on Chavez is not due to the winery. And even if Anamonte doubled it, we're still talking about less than 1% of the traffic on Chavez. Mr. Dixon talked about we wouldn't work with his negotiating team. Frankly, that team wasn't identified until very late in the process. I just noted that, Mr. Eves talked about the pushback back in 2002. And to me, I noted the curious fact that despite the fact that Mr. Calvin got what he wanted and the winery was allowed to do the things it's allowed to do, he has continued to live next to it for 19 years. So in the final analysis, I think the question before you is, does the zoning ordinance for AC zone mean what it says? Or will the village be applying it on an ad hoc, malleable and changeable basis based on comments or opposition from the neighbors? I urge you to choose actual experience over 25 years with Casa Rondena over speculation and unfounded fear of change and something new, which is all we've had from the opposition tonight, that very few things in the way of concrete facts, in my opinion. I urge you to uphold the village's law the way it's written. I urge you to support the master plan by approving this application and preserving this property, this vacant lot, as sustainable and economically viable agricultural area. And I urge you to approve the application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Artuso. Do we have any further comments from the commission? Yes, Commissioner Benavides.
Well, okay, so we have the AC zone as written. I think the intent, the purpose is fine. I don't think it's lived up to its expectations. The proof is we only have one person that has been granted an AC zone, and after tonight it might be two. So the score could be John Calvin 2, everyone else 0. So that is on all of us. I think we need to pay attention to things like this, and we need to fix that. We can't fix it for tonight. Okay, so here are my choices. We could.
Sorry. So
Pardon?
commissioners, I just want to interject. Are there any more questions of the applicant before we close the floor for comments?
Oh, sorry. Is that where we were?
Yeah, my mistake, Commissioner Benavides.
Okay.
Yeah, this would be the opportunity to ask the applicants any questions we have, and we'll have further opportunity to discuss amongst ourselves after this.
No questions.
Okay, I will go around the room just to make sure. Commissioner Michelson, any questions?
No questions.
Okay, Commissioner Gay?
No.
Commissioner Smith, any questions?
No, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Calvin. Mr. Artuso?
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Should I continue?
I will now, let me see. I will now close the floor for comments. And now I will ask, is there any discussion on the application prior to a motion? Commissioner Benavides, thank you.
Okay, so I won't repeat what I already said. So here are the choices as I see. We could vote to deny, but I would have to point to something in the code that will allow me to deny. And I'm struggling with that. I can't find something in there. So approval, it's important to understand approval is not the opposite of denial, because approval includes conditions. And so somebody makes an motion to approve and there are conditions, and let's say it gets voted down. It doesn't mean it was voted down because they wanted to deny it. It just means, maybe it just means they didn't like the conditions, right? So conditions, that's where the rub is, and that's where I was back in May 11th is what we're trying to make up conditions to do two things: to give some relief to the neighbors, but yet not strangle the winery. Nobody foresaw, hey, one person getting two AC zones that are adjacent to each other. I think if people had foresaw that, there would have been something in the code that prevented it. But here we are. So So here, we have the conditions. And I think we need to think very carefully about that. And because we have that power. So if we were to deny, or we might miss an opportunity to get the conditions that would benefit the neighbors. Because I don't think John Calvin and the trustees of that land I don't think they're afraid of a denial. It goes to the Board of Trustees. It's going to be appealed regardless of what we do. It'll be appealed. I think he feels pretty good about his chances. It doesn't stop there and go to district court. I don't want to see that. Let's keep it within our jurisdiction. I think there's a small window whereby we can actually give some conditions that give relief to the neighbors and not strangle the Anamonte winery. Okay. And if we don't get it exactly right, there's going to be another opportunity. It's going to go to the Board of Trustees, but this is the best opportunity for the neighbors to give them some relief. If this goes to district court, it could cause a lot of pain for both parties. So I think there's good incentive to do the right thing right now with the conditions that are well thought out. Okay, so that's my comment.
Thank you, Commissioner Benavides. Commissioner Gay.
I seem to have lost my raise the hand button. Commissioner Benavides, you're sounding awfully like a politician that's running for a position. So I didn't know you were such a consummate politician. So what is it you want to do? You want to take the easy way out again? Or do you want to stand up for what's right and say your piece?
The easy way is just to vote, right? Deny or approve. This is the hard path. This is what I chose to take, the hard path. Find the conditions that's the proper balance. So I think denying is grandstanding because it's not going to go anywhere. It defeats the whole purpose. It blows any opportunity to get conditions that are helpful to the neighbors at this stage of the game.
These conditions that you just learned about an hour and a half ago that you're willing to now tell the applicant and tell the neighbors what these conditions should be?
I can list them. If anybody has any better ideas, this is what the discussion is for, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
True.
I mean, go ahead.
Commissioner Michelson.
I'd like to move to approve the zoning change from A1 to AC as presented by Director Tiffany.
Do we have a second?
For the sake of a vote, I'll second.
Excuse me, I didn't think we were into the voting. But we're still in discussion.
We were, and then Commissioner Michelson made a motion.
So is discussion over?
Commissioners, you can have discussion after a motion's been made. And that discussion can take place regarding the motion. It can also continue the discussion that you were having earlier.
Okay. So go ahead, JT.
Okay, well,
there's been a second to the motion. We've had almost 5 hours of listening to the different presentations. It took me over 2 hours to read the 366 pages that Director Tiffany sent us. Most of that was presented by 5 members of the neighborhood. There was a lot of mention during that about Las Poblanas. Las Poblanas had neighbors that were opposed to what they wanted to do, and it was approved. And they've had significant expansion. So some of those things are very similar to what has been suggested here. Casa Redena has been in existence since April 10th of 1996, when it was approved. There have been significant changes. It is alleged that there's been some complaints in the past, but there's no recorded record of it. There was no recorded record when I asked the Sheriff's Department about that. So all in all, I think that I will vote to approve the change from A1 to AC. Thank you.
Just looking at the general provisions of our ordinances of the comprehensive zoning code under purpose and intent, there's mention of overall quality of life, and I really have to take that seriously. You know, when we have 150 people, and you know, I looked at that closely. Yeah, it's multiple people inside of the household. Irregardless, it's a ton of people pushing back on this, and I can't take that lightly, and I can't ignore it. I would be more inclined to add some conditions to this, but at the same time, I'm not confident that we have the full picture here. So with that in mind, I think I'm more I don't think I have a clear idea quite yet.
So I think that if this Planning and Zoning Commission, we only have the right, we have the obligation to hear all of the testimony on all of these applications and apply it toward a decision. If the statements from the residents, from the opposition in May were not enough for you commissioners, you know, we've gone up to 140 or 150. And I wonder, when is it going to be enough for you to believe that these people have as much right as an applicant who wants to start a new business next door? So you can say that, you know, it doesn't really matter whether it goes to Board of Trustees or not. I'm saying, what is this commission going to do? What do you guys stand for? Do you stand for the village of Los Ranchos residents, or do you stand for one little micro piece of that who, for whatever reason, you think that's the right thing to do? What about the 140 residents who have stood up? They've showed up, they've done the work, these are not a bunch of, you know, whacked out, disgruntled residents. You know, maybe there is some, like I said last time, there's some character assassination going on both sides, but what about these people? And when would it be enough for all of you to make a decision based on the way they feel and the way they say that they don't want this in their neighborhood? If this was your house next door, what would you be saying? And what would you be saying if you lost that one, and then a year later you're back again and you lost that one? This is what happens when you ignore people, and these people have as much right to this, to the outcome of this, as the applicant does. So I don't know where we are in the queue as to voting, but I'm pretty sure you can tell which way I would vote. I think that you're not respecting the citizens, the residents of the village of Los Ranchos if you deny any other, if you approve this, and even if you go on to continue to make whatever you think the best recommendations are for them. This is not our business to make recommendations for them, especially not at the 11th hour. If you want to propose that they do something different, throw that out, but this is not our fight. I just don't believe that you have the authority to determine what you think is best for the 140 residents or the applicants.
Yet here it is on our table. And, you know, Mr. Calvin this evening really got hung up on the word shall. And, you know, I can kind of agree with what he was saying, except he didn't read the second part of clause 2A. If the planning director determines that substantive public comment requires a public hearing, the director shall schedule the zone change request to be heard by the Planning and Zoning Commission at the first available meeting. So now it's on our desk.
Right, we learned that in April. It's nothing new. It's on our desk. So what are we gonna do? JT has made a motion. It didn't get a second. I guess we can go to the voting phase.
It did get a second, Diane. You weren't listening.
So Commissioner Smith did second Commissioner Michelson's motion.
Well, I didn't
She
do that.
mentioned for the sake of, you know, discussion. So I guess Commissioner Smith, if you have anything to add for your second.
I'd like to hear it.
So I'm new here, and that's obvious. I do have a lot of experience in another community, serving on a planning commission and on city council. And I'll say that I think that when a city develops policies, when we have ordinances, when we have guidebooks that we give to people who buy property and want to develop that property, when we give them that, we have a right, or I'm sorry, we have an obligation to follow through with what we tell people they have to do if they want to develop a piece of property. And that's my opinion on that. So in that, Tiffany has done a very thorough review. I have to say I'm pretty impressed at how thorough it was. I read through all of the pages of the packet, and I read through the comments. I've reviewed all of the materials. And, you know, I have to say, I think Tiffany did a great job in putting together her report and her recommendation. And so, you know, as a community, if we're going to provide people with the rules as to what they can do, what they have to do when they want to develop something, we have to stand by that. And it doesn't always work it doesn't always work in our favor. Master plans are designed so that when there are contentious issues like this, a community can refer back to that. And sometimes the decisions are hard, but sometimes they have to be made because the work's already been done and it's there, and it's part of of what a community gives out to people when they buy a piece of property. So that being said, it would be my inclination, unless there was some, and I understand, I live right here around the corner from the winery. I was driving right down the street today, and you know, I see some of these problems on a daily basis. There's cars parked in the street. There's a lot of cars moving around. There were people on bikes. It made me very uncomfortable at 5 o'clock to watch all the traffic and the bikes and the cars parked. And I can see that it's an unsafe situation that probably needs some kind of better plan in place if there's going to be more traffic there. There's no doubt about that. But I would be inclined to vote in favor because I think that the applicant has met all of the requirements for this to move forward. So that would be my vote.
So what do you think about our ordinance that was unclear that an applicant would have read that and then thought something different than what happened tonight?
I'm sorry, I guess I didn't understand the question. Dan, can you?
I'm saying, what do you think about our ordinance was not clear, that you say that we should have ordinances that can be read for people to develop their properties and that we would act on them. What about ours wasn't clear? Is it
I think it
the
is.
where it says that unless there is adverse public comment. That seems to be the one that seems to be missed the most. Is that clear to you?
It is clear to me. I think that I would stack up on one side all of the requirements that we put into place as far as setbacks, how high is the building supposed to be, what are the requirements for the development of the property, and the applicant has met all of those requirements. That's obvious. We're looking at it. Commissioner Benavides just said, you know, I wish there was something we could look at here and say, you didn't do this, you didn't do that. Here's an easy out for us where we can deny this application. But he just told us he wasn't able to find that, if I understand what he said correctly. And so that being said, you know, it's unfortunate when we have this stack of the applicants met all these requirements. We have some people in the community who are unhappy with it. And I understand that. Again, I live right around the corner and I see it every day. But this is a community of 8,000 roughly. And, you know, we have to make a decision based on what we have in place as a government. We're a village with a government, and we have policies, we have ordinances, we have documents in place so that when someone buys a piece of property and they want to develop it, we already have those rules. We have it all in a book that they pick up and they fill it out. And if they do all the things, it's not really fair to say, well, there's some people here who don't like what you're doing. So even though you fulfilled all of the requirements, now we have to deny it because there's some people over here that don't like it.
But
it's
what you're
unfortunate.
describing is an administrative approval, and if we don't have that because of this adverse public comment.
That's true.
So
yeah. And that's where we do our job as commissioners. We have to step up and have these long meetings and these conversations.
Welcome to the village.
Thank you.
If I may, let me propose some conditions.
Please.
And then ask Commissioner Michelson if he would entertain amending his motion. So I am looking at a letter written by Angelo Artuso, June 6, 2021. And I think he wrote a similar one back like May 17. And in there, he listed some concessions. Okay. So let me read them. There's only 4 bullets here. Actually three of them. And let's consider adding them as conditions. If you want my vote, then I would want these conditions. Okay, agreeing, and this is coming from our attorney Angelo Artuso. Okay, agreeing that all events at Anamonte Winery will be held indoors to include any porch, patio, or portal areas. Okay, one condition. No amplified music will be played outside at either Casa Rondena or Anamonte. Okay. Casa Rondena and Anamonte will commit to working with the village to secure no parking signs along Chavez Road and will have parking attendants on duty on Saturdays from mid-May through mid-September and for all events of 150 people. And most importantly, so there actually is a 4th condition, the combined total number of events at Casa Rondena and Anamonte would be limited to no more than 4 events per month of up to 150 and no more than 8 events per month of up to 50 people. So that is those are good concessions, okay, and that he outlined in his letter. So let's include them as a minimum. Would you do that?
I would do that, but I would like to have him come back on and say that he agrees to what is in that letter.
We never do that. We never ask people to come back. The letter is in your packet.
What I would say, Commissioner Benavides, I personally agree with those conditions. They seem reasonable. The one condition that you stated we need to be a little bit careful about is anything that's outside of Mr. Calvin's property. specifically the no parking signs along Chavez Road. I just don't think we can, we could cause him to have improvements in the right of way. That's really not his property. It's a.
Oh, yeah, and he stated, all he stated is that he was willing to work to get those in.
Oh, okay, so that's
Yeah.
understood. Yeah, so it's not, you're going to provide no parking signs, you're going to work with the village to get these.
Yeah.
Okay, that
I
makes
would
sense.
agree to those additions with the exception of the last one. I don't think having a condition to talk with the village is the appropriate way to approach the solution of Chavez Avenue.
You mean the parking as being the last one?
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I'll agree to that.
Mr. Chair, I might interject at this point. There is some support for some additional conditions in the AC zone code itself. 9.2.15 K, dealing with properties that have split zones. And to your point, Mr. Chair, K2 provides that in order to obtain AZ zoning, the applicant must submit a detailed site development plan with precise and complete information disclosing the nature and full extent of the commercial agricultural use. The next sentence is, I think, maybe where you were headed, Mr. Chair. The village may impose such conditions on the uses as are necessary to protect the quiet enjoyment of the neighboring properties. And I think I would probably have to refer back to Ms. Tiffany Justice to confirm that this is a split zone.
So Attorney Winter, Commissioners, this is not a split zone property. But that language, so that language in general did reference to obtain AC zoning, but that is under the split zone section of the code. Related to that, just one other point for the AC section of the code. Melly's mentioned conditional uses that are applicable to this application. My report does not include any conditional uses because all of the uses that the applicant is requesting are permissive if or when they request conditional uses, are like a conference center and meeting facility or bed and breakfast. They have to get approval obtained from the village.
And one more comment on these conditions. Commissioner Benavides, if you do have that language in front of you, I thought I heard you read no amplified music at either property. I don't think we're in a position to impose any conditions on the neighboring property, only the proposed AC zone and that parcel. Does that make sense?
What would Attorney Nan Winter say about that? Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, I'm just looking at the May 17th letter from Mr. Artuso, and it does indicate all events at Anamonte would be held indoors. And the letter does indicate no amplified music outside or at either Casa Rodena or Anamonte. I think you've already approved the AC zone for Casa Rodena. So I would opine that it's probably a stretch to apply it retroactively to Casa Rodena when this is an Anamonte application only. And I think Tiffany would probably feel the same way about that.
Yes, Attorney Winter, Commissioners, I agree that any conditions of approval that you suggest apply to 765 Chavez Road only. This application does not involve a zone change for 733 Chavez. So the conditions of approval would be for 765 Chavez only.
But to clarify, Mr. Artuso's letter did offer the Casa Rodena. I just don't think that would be appropriate given what's in front of you this evening.
Thank you, Attorney Winter.
Commissioner Benavides, are you willing then to amend your suggestions?
Yes, to remove Casa Rodena from the amplified music requirement condition.
Director Tiffany is Director Justice. Is this in accordance with what we can approve?
Commissioner Michelson, commissioners, I would defer that question to Attorney Winter. However, I do suggest that we ask the applicant, would they rather accept approval with these conditions or denial? If they would not accept approval with these conditions, then it sounds like it would end up being denial. And I would ask if they agree to those conditions, because that letter is several months old. And so, and that was not included with this application for ZMA 21-03. That was included as public comment submitted
It was.
for ZMA 21-01, which again, as I mentioned, they are both for 765 Chavez, but this application, this public comment, what is occurring right now is pertaining to this new application. And so this was not included by the applicant, this was included as public comment. So this is not necessarily something that the applicant is suggesting as part of their application. So I would recommend confirming that with them.
So it was included as Exhibit 4 in our packet.
Commissioner Benavides, could you mention what page number that is?
Oh, the red page numbers, it was 200 of 366.
Tiffany, it was definitely in the public comment submitted as part of this package. So
Yes.
just to reiterate, Mr. Chair, anything that was submitted since, I think, July 11th, Tiffany has included as part of the record in this case. Comments all the way up until today, the testimony you heard today, discussion you heard today is all part of the record. So that May 17th letter is part of this record. I'm not sure what page, but it's in there. It was attached to one public commenter's public comment.
Right. So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, the application ends at page 67 of your packet. There's a couple pages that I included of maps. After that is all public comment. So that is public comment that was not originally submitted with the application.
But it was part of our packet, was my point. And
Yes.
and it was a letter coming from him. So we have the discretion to add conditions, and we don't have to ask permission of the applicant if we don't want to. So that's where we are.
I think if we were in an in-person meeting, we probably would ask them.
I don't think we ever do. We've done that in the past. I suppose we could if we wanted to. It's up to you.
Attorney Winter, could we get any clarification on whether there is any obligation to ask the applicant?
There's no obligation to ask the applicant, but since they had offered up such, conditions in the past, if they're willing to do so now, and he seems to understand where you're going with this, it might make the passage of these conditions a little easier, but it's the chair's choice, I would say.
If we're in line with Robert's rules and bringing the applicant back to ask them, I'm okay with that.
I have two reasons why I made that suggestion. Number one is I made the motion to approve it as is. And number two, that was what Director Justice had made in all of her recommendations in that. And I think to go along with the changes that Commissioner Benavides wants, we should hear from the applicant. All they need to do is affirm that, yes, that letter was sent, and yes, we agree to the changes that Commissioner Benavides has put forward.
Commissioner Gay.
So why would we not want to hear from the opposition if you want to hear from the applicant? You're so worried about getting this right. Seems to me you'd want to have the time to make an informed decision, and this is not it. This
Are
is
you
a
asking me?
Decision. No, I'm asking JT.
Okay.
Are you ready to stay till 2 in the morning?
Me? This is I'm fine with whatever it takes, JT. We know it might get past your bedtime already, but we can all wait. We can come back tomorrow if it's better for you.
I guess I will agree to the changes, excluding the one that involves Casa Rodena as proposed by Commissioner Benavides, and proceed to a vote.
So I just would like to clarify for the sake of the record what that approval for those concessions is. Just, I'd like to read that out loud so that we all are agreeing to the same thing here.
Okay.
The first condition is that all events at 765 Chavez will be held indoors, in parentheses, to include any porch, patio or portal areas, end parentheses. Condition 2, no amplified music will be played outside at 765 Chavez. Number 3, 765 Chavez, I guess the applicant in this case, the applicant will commit to working with the village to secure no parking signs along Chavez Road unless that one has been rescinded. Take that one back. Okay. And that also includes the parking attendant on duty that they mentioned in that. So to finish that sentence, they mentioned having a parking attendant on duty on Saturdays from mid-May through mid-September and for all events of 150 people. Is that a condition that will be included?
Let's keep that one. I think that's fine.
I have no objection to that.
Okay.
Okay, so then condition number 3 will be that at 765 Chavez, there will be a parking attendant on duty on Saturdays from mid-May through mid-September and for all events of 150 people. And the additional condition number 4 is that a combined number of events at Casa Rodena and Anamonte would be limited to no more than 4 events per month. Just to interject here, this starts to get into the activities of 733 Chavez, which is kind of outside the scope of this application. So the equivalent of this would be 0 events at 765 Chavez.
That is not the equivalent.
Commissioner
Okay.
Benavides had added that 4th item.
So that is something that was included in the concessions that is mentioned. Is that something that the commissioners would agree upon as a condition?
No.
With the combined, I'm sorry, agree upon the combined?
The combined number of events at both Casa Rodena and Anamonte would be limited to no more than 4 events per month of up to 150 people and no more than 8 events per month of up to 50 people. And again, I mentioned my concern that this then adds a condition to an already existing property that is not included in this application.
So let it, that's okay. That's an extremely important condition. And if it gets legally challenged down the road, that so be it.
Mr. Chair, I might suggest that that condition should really be that there would be no other no events in addition to what's already contemplated under the AC code for Casa Rodena. I think that's what Tiffany was trying to tell you. I think what Mr. Arturo's correspondence indicates that the combined total would be exactly what the code contemplates now. If that's exactly what the code contemplates now, I think Tiffany's point was that that means no additional events at Anamonte as it concerns this application. So that Casa Rodena would still have the right to all of the events authorized under AC zone. Is that where you were going, Tiffany?
Yes, that is where I was going.
Okay, so I think the condition to put it in terms of only Anamonte would be that there would be no additional events authorized except as already authorized for Casa Rodena. That would equal the same number of events offered by Mr. Artuso in his letter.
I guess I'm confused. So are you saying to meet that requirement that Casa Rodena can have all the events as outlined in the AC code, and then Anamonte can have 0? Is that the only way to fulfill that that condition?
Yes.
So
Go ahead, Tiffany.
sorry.
Go ahead.
So Commissioner Benavides, commissioners, the fourth condition could be as stated by Attorney Winter. No additional events authorized at 765 Chavez except as already authorized at 733 Chavez.
I guess I'm not sure where that leaves us. What does that mean?
Well, Chair CV, Commissioner Benavides, I think that leaves you with the same number of events that Mr. Artuso offered. And I think that's what the intent of your condition was, right? You wanted to, were you copying Mr. Artuso's intent completely there?
Well, I was just reading it as written. So I think here's the issue that's important to the neighbors. John Calvin, as the applicant, now can double the number of events held in 2 adjoining properties. So, concerned about noise, that sort of thing. So what he offered up is, no, the combined will be no different than what he has now. So how do we word that conditions with that has that same limitation in the total number of events, right?
It's 2 completely separate properties.
I get that.
We're being asked to approve going from A1 to AC on the application that we've received.
So I guess one way to do it is say each one can have half of what they're allotted, right?
Mr. Chair.
I don't agree with that.
Mr. Chair, Mr. Benavides, the problem with that is that you have already, some commission has previously authorized Casa Rodena to have the maximum number of events at Casa Rodena. That's a done deal. And that is not before you tonight. What's before you tonight is Anamonte in this application. However, I think you answered your own math problem. It's sort of, I think somebody said that there would be a doubling of the events if Casa Rodena got to keep what it's authorized and Anamonte got what is authorized under the AC zone code as well. However, I think you've pointed out that Mr. Artuso's letter offered to maintain the level of events at exactly what Casa Rodena is authorized to accomplish today. So to keep it from doubling, you would essentially continue to allow, you have to continue to allow Casa Rodena to carry out its events as contemplated by the AC zone code. However, if you don't want it to double, you would be authorizing 0 events, 0 event center events at Anamonte. In that way, you aren't tinkering with what you've already authorized for Casa Rodena, and you are not doubling the events, but you are essentially, to get to not doubling and to carry out the intent of what Mr. Artuso offered, you would have to say no events at Anamonte.
Yeah, I mean, I would certainly vote for that. I suspect that is not aligned with the intent that Arturo outlined in his letter. And yeah, that would lead to a problem, but I will vote for that.
Well, this also negates the first condition we talked about, which all events would have to.
Yeah, that's right.
At Anamonte, I don't know if we need to go there. I think with those first 3 conditions, we're making our best effort to mitigate the noise that we're hearing. You know, the traffic it's hard to pin that on just one property owner, speeding cars and all these things that we heard about in the right of way. We just don't have enough information to know the provenance of those issues. But yeah, so I'm starting to wonder if we really should be getting into their programming.
Well, it's not getting into their program if it was offered by them. So, I suppose it's difficult to articulate how to put that in there. But if you want my vote, it has to be in there. If you don't want my vote, then that's fine.
Mr. Chair, I think there's another way to skin it, I guess. You could allow some reduced number of events at Anamonte, not contemplated by the code, that facilitates, I think, the quiet enjoyment issue that we heard so much about. So it doesn't have to be 0. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what Commissioner Benavides's intent is exactly, but if it's exactly what Artuso offered, then it would be 0 at Anamonte. But that doesn't mean you can't reduce the number of events for Anamonte in some other fashion.
And not to further complicate this, but there are different types of events contemplated in our code. We have 50 persons plus, and we have 150 persons plus. So do we want to get the scalpel out and, distinguish all these in terms of what is permitted and what is not?
Well, there's just 2 of them, right? There's the 150 and there's the 50.
In addition, commissioners, the option of a special event permit for events that are not covered in that section is still an option that is available for 765 Chavez.
Yeah, so if you made it 0, they could be granted special events. Is that the point?
Well, so just to add to Commissioner Seavey's distinction that there are 50 person plus events and there's 150 person events, there's also special event permits for those that are over 150.
Oh, yeah, no, I understand that. I mean, I would add the condition, no special events, but I don't know if everybody's going to buy into that. So if you want my vote,
Our job is to look at what was presented by Director of Justice and what we're asked to do, which is to change A1 to AC. I realize that there's been complaints from the neighbors. It has been very recent. The history on it does not show the number of complaints. It's just very current, very similar to what happened at Las Poblanas. Now most people are generally happy and proud of Las Poblanas.
Yeah, and I'm I'm not wanting to bash Casa Rondena, you know, I believe it is a destination. And in regards to no complaints, actually, if you read in the packet, there were complaints back with when Harry Stour was mayor. You know, perhaps it was not AC zone at that point, but there were complaints. And you can see that in a letter from Harry Stour, Mayor Harry Stour. So there's that.
So Commissioner Michelson, let's hear how you would amend your motion.
I agree to amend the motion with the three components that Commissioner Benavides has put in there. I do not agree to limit it to 0 events on the property.
Then just to reiterate for everybody, those 3 extra conditions, in addition to those that were stated in the report, as was Commissioner Michelson's original motion, is that in addition to the ones that are already stated in the report, all events at 765 Chavez will be held indoors to include any porch, patio, or portal areas. No amplified music will be played outside at 765 Chavez, and a parking attendant will be on duty on Saturdays from mid-May through mid-September, and for all events of 150 people at 765 Chavez.
Let me try one more time, if you don't mind, if you want my vote. So why don't we cut the number of events at Anamonte Winery for two events per month at 150 people, 4 events per month of 50 people, which is cutting in half, and then no special events.
I do not agree.
Okay, then you lost me.
I understand.
Yeah.
I'd like to call for the question.
I think we need to hear a second before that happens, Commissioner.
So Commissioner Smith, would you second the original?
Yes.
Would you second the amended motion?
I will, yeah. Well, the amended motion or the, because it sounds to me, so are we gonna, Commissioner Michelson, are we gonna keep the 3 amendments?
I agreed to keep the 3 amendments. I did not agree to a reduction in the
Okay.
number of
And
events
that's,
different than what the code allows.
gotcha. Okay, yes, I'll second that.
Okay, Commissioner Michelson has moved to approve Zone Map Amendment 21-03 with the conditions as stated in the report and with the 3 additional conditions just discussed. Commissioner Smith has seconded the motion. Is there any further discussion before we move on to a roll call vote? Okay, hearing none. Commissioner Benavides?
No.
Commissioner Gay?
No.
Commissioner Seavey? Yes. Commissioner Michelson?
Yes.
Commissioner Smith?
Yes.
Motion carries 3-2. Let the record show that the public hearing, item 4A, the request by Casa Rondena Winery Real Estate Trust, Limited Liability Corporation for a zone map amendment is formally closed. Move on to item 5, old business. There is no old business. Item 6, new business. There is no new business. Item 7, reports. Planning Department report. Director Justice, may we have the Planning Department report?
Yes, commissioners. So first off, just thank you to everyone who attended the meeting and spoke on CMA 21-03. So my report is already included in the packet and realize it's relatively late, so I'll keep it brief. There's a sentence in there that mentions that, you know, in case we get a lot of applications for bed and breakfast, we may hold a special meeting to just kind of get through all of them. So just to confirm with you guys, there is not enough applications to warrant having a special meeting in October. So there's only going to be 1 planning and zoning meeting in October. And then also, I'd just like to welcome Commissioner Smith to the commission and appreciate her interest in being a volunteer resident and being on the commission. Same with all of you. And that's all. And I stand for any questions.
Thank you. Any questions for Director Justice? All right, we'll move on to item 8, Commissioners' informal discussion. Are there any reports or information that any of the commissioners would like to share? No, I'd like to say welcome to Commissioner Smith as well. We're happy to have you here. And with that, we'll move on to item 9, adjournment. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I make a motion.
Can I get a second?
Second it.
Commissioner Michelson has moved to adjourn. Commissioner Benavides has seconded the motion. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. The meeting.
Welcome, Commissioner Smith.
Yes, just I guess noting for the record that, oh, there she is. Commissioner Smith is still here.
Yes.
Okay. Well, the meeting for September 14th, 2021 is adjourned at 11:41 p.m.
Night, y'all.
Good night.
Good night.
Night. Sleep well.
Thank you all.